Arkansas Traveler Baseball on the CSN Radio Network. The ITT Tech pregame show is brought to you by ITT Technical Institute. We are now online at itt-tech.edu.
Live from Midland, Texas, Arkansas Traveler Baseball is on the air. Hello again, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you. Welcome to Citibank Ballpark in Midland as tonight, Minor League Baseball, the Texas League, and the Creative Sports Radio Network present Texas League Championship Series game number 2 between the Midland RockHounds and your Arkansas Travelers. Phil Elson with you on the broadcast today. It's a splendid day for baseball here in the Permian Basin. Just now, the clouds have started to come overhead. There is a chance for thunderstorms, 30%. As of right now, it looks like we're in the clear, but who knows what will happen in a couple of hours. And just about 24 hours ago, the Travs stumbled for the first time in the 2005 postseason. Travs were losers for the only time in this postseason, lost 7-1 to the Midland RockHounds, giving the RockHounds a 1-0 series advantage in this best-of-5 championship series. RockHounds actually put no doubt into anybody's mind as to who is a little more ready for the championship series. Travs after a 3-day layoff, as they swept the Tulsa Drillers in that 3-game set, and Midland exploded in the first inning for 6 runs on Travs left-hander Daniel Davidson. Davidson in his shortest start of the year, shortest start of any Traveler starter in the 2005 season, just 1/3 of an inning. In that third of an inning, Davidson allowing 3 hits, couple of hit batters, 1 with the bases loaded, 6 runs score on Davidson in the first inning. Shane Kamine, the little right-hander from Hawaii, shut down the Travs offense that hit .310 in that series sweep of the Drillers. Travs managed only 5 base hits yesterday. Kamine, 7 innings, 1 run which was unearned. Kamine goes on for the victory, and Davidson takes the loss. Travelers bats, one of the things to worry about is the performance yesterday against Kamine, a guy that they had seen 2 times. And tonight the Travs are going up against another pitcher that they've seen twice, Midland right-hander Mike Nannini, who started the season with the Toronto Blue Jays AAA affiliate in Syracuse, New York. Nannini, who is a former Round Rock pitcher from 2002, went 8-1 with the RockHounds in 13 games. He did carry a .579 earned run average. He defeated the Travelers twice, consecutive starts, holding Arkansas to 7 runs over 14 1/3 innings. Meanwhile, the Travs, who once again only got a third of an inning from their starting pitcher Daniel Davidson yesterday, they will be looking to right-hander Steven Shell, who's been another one of the Travs horses throughout this the season. Shell in 27 starts, 10 wins, 8 losses, a 4.57 ERA. Shell picked up 2 wins against the Midland RockHounds this year and never was defeated by them. So that is the good news, seeing that the Travs put probably their best pitcher at the moment on the mound in Shell, who will certainly need to give the Travs some strong innings. The bullpen had to do most of the work yesterday. And Shell also picked up the win in Game 1 of the East Division playoff with a strong 7-inning start against the Tulsa Drillers. We mentioned it's a nice day for baseball here in Midland, Texas. Mentioned there's a bit of a chance for rain. It's 91 degrees right now. The clouds are coming from the northwest and just starting to come overhead right now. It's been clear skies most of the afternoon, but we'll probably be able to get this game in without too much of a problem. Of course, tomorrow is a travel day. Both teams are heading to Little Rock immediately after this game. Game 3 of the Texas League Championship Series will start Thursday in Little Rock, and that'll be the 3rd game of the series. First Championship Series game in Little Rock since 1989. We'll also be talking some Texas League Championship Series history with a man that knows plenty about that, Dave Matranga, who joined the Travelers in early August. Of course, he was part of the championship team in Round Rock in 2000, also took on the Travs in the 2001 League Championship Series, and made it to the championship series last year with Round Rock as well. Matranga has spent the last month with the Travs as a backup infielder, and Dave Matranga sits down to talk with us on the ITT Tech pregame show. That's right after these words on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
As an aircraft avionics technician, I repair just about any electronic component on the airplane.
Jared Lampkin earned a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Electronics Engineering Technology in 2003 and an Associate of Applied Science degree in 2002 from the ITT Technical Institute in Birmingham, Alabama.
My bachelor's from ITT Tech is a really well-respected degree. The school has a lot of hands-on teaching, and it's a really nice atmosphere.
At ITT Technical Institute, you can pursue skills that can be used to help you prepare for a new career or create opportunities in your current field. Call 1-800-ITT-TECH. That's 1-800-ITT-TECH, or visit us on the web at www.itt-tech.edu to investigate a campus nearest you. Find a potential new path to your future at ITT Tech.
I want to move higher, get everything I can, let my own plane.
ITT Technical Institute. Education for the future.
Brewery, can I help you?
Hi, I just bought a six-pack of your beer, and I think there's something missing in it. There's no taste in the beer.
There's no taste?
I was hoping maybe somebody in shipping could send me flavor. Like, I'm not trying, all I want is flavor.
Sure, there's no flavor.
Is there like a flavor distribution center in my neighborhood? I'll pick it up.
No, there's no center.
I'll tell you what, I got some Miller Lights here. That'll do the trick. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a good day.
If you're going to choose on taste, choose the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller. Good call.
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
11:42 a.m. Sonic discusses brotherly love.
I got to hand it to Sonic. All the ingredients in the extra long Philly cheesesteak, they really complement each other.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
The onions with the cheese and the peppers with the steak. And it's a nice combo.
It's no surprise. The Philly cheesesteak, it's like a sandwich from Philadelphia, city of brotherly love. You see all the ingredients kind of getting along with each other.
The city of brotherly love?
City of brotherly love, Philadelphia.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense.
It fits with the sandwich for sure.
Because I had a couple of brothers, and that doesn't sound fitting.
You didn't get along with
City of brotherly getting your eyebrows shaved off while you sleep.
Did that happen?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a city of brotherly cheap shots. City of brotherly, I'm going to start dating someone that you dated just to hurt you.
The extra long Philly cheesesteak. New at Sonic. Peppers, onions, cheese, and steak on an extra long bun. It's the classic Philly cheesesteak, stretched by Sonic. It's not just good, it's Sonic good. Sonic now accepts all major credit cards.
Welcome back to the ITT Technical Institute pregame show before Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series. The Midland RockHounds took a 1-game-to-none lead yesterday with a 7-1 defeat of the Travs. We'll sit down and talk with Travs middle infielder, overall infielder, Dave Matranga. Dave, a couple of things I'd want to talk about. First, to start off, I mean, you've been a veteran of the Texas League since 2001 when you were in the Astro system with Round Rock. And you obviously, being that Round Rock was in the same division as Midland, you played a lot of games here in Midland at the old ballpark, Christensen, and now here at Citibank. But I don't remember an atmosphere quite like we saw last night here in Midland. The crowd usually is somewhat quiet. They had a really good crowd, though, yesterday. And I mean, you get the sense that this is a city and a fan base that's really hungry for a championship. I wonder if you got that same sense watching the game yesterday and taking a look around at the fans.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly did, but it was kind of a late arriving crowd. You know, when I first got here, there was nobody in the seats, and I was like, this is going to be kind of a bad atmosphere. And as the game went on, people started filtering in, and they were quite loud, and serves them right. They've had a good team this year. They've had a great year. It's a new ballpark, and they want to see a championship just like we do. And they were loud and supporting their team.
Midland, they took advantage of a couple of mistakes in that first inning. And when it comes to a championship series, you've got obviously two very good ball clubs. And don't you get the sense good baseball teams will take advantage of mistakes and opportunities that are presented to them? And it just so happened that the RockHounds had that first opportunity and capitalized?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is what happened. You know, we had, misfortunate play there with Porter, but, there was a couple guys covering the bag. It was kind of mixed up play. And starting pitcher, he didn't have his stuff last night. And, it was just one of those things where we kind of had a rough first inning. And to me, since I've, pretty experienced in playoff atmospheres, and we had a, situation last year. We had 5 days off before the championship series when I was with Round Rock, and we came out completely flat, just like we did last night. So, to be honest with you, I was hoping it wouldn't happen, but it didn't surprise me that we kind of played that way, because, when you have a lot of time off, this game catches up to you, and these guys are riding a high right now. They only had 1 day off and jumped right back in the saddle, where we were kind of at home, sitting around, had a long bus ride, hadn't played much baseball in 2 or 3 days, and so hopefully we got the jitters out last night. I think everybody, including the coaching staff, was a little bit tight last night, and so hopefully we can put that behind us and come out tonight and start fresh.
This has been a team all season, and especially for the month that you were with the ball club in August and in early September, that bounced back from adversity, whether it was down by 7 runs in one game or whether they'd lost a couple games in early. Always seemed to bounce back. And I noticed that the team didn't seem to be down at all last night, or even though they came to the ballpark today, they're still enjoying themselves, and I think they expect to go out and play a pretty good game.
Well, that's the sign of a good team. I've played on 5 championship teams in my career, and 3 of them professionally. 4 of them actually, and that's definitely the sign of a good team. A sign of a good team is a team that comes into the championship series or whatever series they are, and they play the same every day. They don't show up tight. They have a good time. They don't do anything different for different days. They have their normal routine, and every single day they do the same thing. And that's kind of what I sensed today. We still had guys out there, Aybar, Morales, laughing and joking around like they normally do, and it was good to see. We try to keep guys loose. My job on this team is just kind of try to keep guys loose and just be a presence and support the guys, be there. And so, I sense some good stuff today, and hopefully we can kind of turn it around and get a win tonight.
Dave Matranga joining us on the ITT Tech pregame show interview. And Dave, you mentioned about all your playoff experience. Traveler fans know you very well from back in 2001, and last year you were a middle infielder for the Round Rock Express. I want to talk a little bit about that 2001 Texas League Championship Series, which, in all honesty, was a disappointment on both sides because of the national tragedy that we all had to suffer through on September the 11th. Everybody, I think, on the Trav side that's listening right now, they remember what it was like for them and what it was like for a lot of the players. It was well documented in a local newspaper. What was it like for the Round Rock players and the people that you were around on September 11th when you're expecting to play Game 3 of what was a very tight, well-played Texas League Championship Series? What was it like for you those next 3 days when the series was in limbo and really baseball was the last thing on everybody's mind?
Well, that's kind of exactly what it was. I woke up that morning. I was still in my apartment and expecting to go to the ballpark like any other day and try to get a win. And my wife just told me that the trade centers had been hit and kind of the world kind of got turned upside down for a minute. And I went to the ballpark, and as I was driving, I was like, there's no way we're going to play these games. And to be honest with you, I was quite surprised that, they didn't just give a co-championship. I think they did that in a lot of the different leagues around. And even though the Travs, they played real well those first 2 games, I think I don't even know if we ever got beat the entire season at their place in Arkansas. So it would have been, interesting to see what we could have done going in there. But, nonetheless, they definitely deserved a championship ring. They got one. We were disappointed that we didn't get one. But at the same time, that really wasn't on our mind. We were kind of with the people in New York. And, I think baseball is kind of last thing on everybody's mind. And, after, a few months passed by, you were a little bit disappointed we couldn't, get a ring out of it because we played real well that year too. But, I think it was kind of a side note to what was going on in our country. So, it was certainly a tough time for everybody, and the right thing to do was to not play those games and think about those people in New York. But at the same time, I wish the league would have, given us a little bit of, it would have been nice to have a co-championship because a lot of guys on that team worked real hard.
It was a championship on paper. They did get the ring, but I've always thought that a major part of a championship is the dog pile, the celebration, that championship moment that your fans always have that snapshot of everybody exploding out of the dugout, the last call by the broadcaster. That, to me, is what sort of is what in people's mind of a championship, not the ring and certainly not a terrorist attack.
Absolutely. That was it was just a tough season all the way around, and every league, I don't think anybody had anything settled yet, so I don't think there was any celebrating going on that year in the minor leagues for sure. And I've been a part of some dog piles, and you're absolutely right that is kind of what a championship is all about, getting that final out and running out and celebrating with your team and shooting champagne, and there was really none of that. So, I really hope that we can turn this series around and get a win for the Travelers, because even though they got one back in 2001, it was kind of bittersweet, and I think we'd like to pull it off and do it the right way this time.
Now, Dave, I know you're from Southern California, from Orange, I believe, which is right where the Angels play. But you got to Round Rock in 2001, and our listeners have been hearing me go on and on about how Round Rock is a baseball mecca. The Dell Diamond is the most fabulous minor league ballpark that I've been to, and you got there and experienced it firsthand and loved it so much you moved there. What kept you in Round Rock? Why did you want to stay there?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been playing there since actually 2000. I was there the first year that the team was ever in existence. We won a championship that year, and we were in the championship the next year, and I just made a strong fan base, a good friend base. The Ryans were just first class all the way around, basically gave me access to the entire facility in the off season to work out at. The home prices were not what it is in California, and so I was looking for a place to settle down for a little while. I was kind of tired of giving people rent money, and wanted something for myself, and it just seemed like a great community to settle down in and start the family for a little while. And eventually we might move back, but we just have a lot of friends there now, and actually a lot of former teammates of mine and some other professional guys that moved town. So I've got a business there. It's an indoor baseball facility, and I work there in the off season, give lessons, and a lot of the pro guys work out there. So right now, at this point in my life, with the career I have, and I'm still playing, it's a great place to be. And like I said, just a neat community, good people, and great ballpark.
What have you heard about the move to AAA? I mean, we haven't been there this year, and I really miss going around Rock. But obviously, it's a well-received franchise there, and they wanted to make the move to AAA. Have you heard how if it's worked out pretty well there?
Yeah, well, I played there this year actually with the Salt Lake team, and they had their 10,000 fans just like normal. I think we played during the week, so probably was a little bit down. But I talked to Reed and I talked to Jay Miller over there, and they said that so far so good. The fans have received it real well. They're still showing up and still getting the crowds that they normally get. And, I just think that the people that they have there, the quality of people and the type of baseball fans that they have there, I don't see it ever changing. And, I don't know if it might be a little bit different since, AAA guys tend to be a little bit older and they probably don't assimilate with the crowd as much as maybe a younger AA kid does. And you got families and you got guys that are more worried about just kind of playing the game and getting out there and not being so, talkative with the fans. But that might be the only thing that's different about it. And I can't say that it's changed all that much. But from the word I've gotten from those guys is it's gone real well and they're happy with it.
Got a Texas League ring from 2000, like you mentioned, and trying for one here in 2005 with the Travs. Dave Matranga, thank you very much for your time.
I appreciate it.
We'll be right back after this with more on the ITT Tech pregame show, but first, this on CSN from Bale Honda.
When it comes to a full line of office products, the name is Settle Office Products, 4412 MacArthur Drive in North Little Rock. They've been in business on MacArthur Drive for 23 years. They give free delivery anywhere in Central Arkansas. They have office furniture, office supplies, scratch and dent furniture, and they're family-owned and operated. Give them a call today at 758-1050 or see them on the website at www.settleofficepro.com. Why do people statewide across the state of Arkansas like CSN? Here's Gary Coates, general manager and owner of affiliate KBJT in Fordyce.
Well, I like it because it's Arkansas-oriented. The things that that CSN carries are always, from within the state, and for the most part, and it's a real big help to our broadcast schedule.
CSN now in our 27th year.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used.
Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
Vail Honda, 13101 Chenal Parkway, Little Rock.
The Air Force is the only branch of service with its own community college. It's called the Community College of the Air Force, and it makes a difference. You see, in the Air Force, you earn college credit for learning your job. You can earn an associate's degree in one of 66 career fields. Your job experience goes farther in the Air Force. For more information, call 1-800-423-USAF or log on at airforce.com. Cross into the blue with the U.S. Air Force. No one comes close.
Welcome back to Citibank Ballpark, where first pitch is scheduled for about 8 minutes from now. Probably be about closer to 10 or 12 minutes away from this very moment. Travs taking on the Midland RockHounds. Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series. Midland won the opener yesterday, 7-1. It's the only loss for the Travs in the playoffs. Of course, Arkansas swept Tulsa in the first round, 3-0. Midland was forced to go 5 games and defeated the San Antonio Missions here in Midland on Saturday with a 12-2 finale. Now, there's only one other Angels affiliate that made the playoffs this year. The AAA team, Salt Lake, had a pretty good season. They finished in second place, but for the 5th consecutive year, the Rookie League team in the Pioneer League is going to the finals. It's the Orem Owls, who previously the last 4 years were called the Provo Angels. The Angels won the Pioneer League championship last year, and they just finished a division title over the Ogden Raptors. Orem defeated Ogden, who's the Dodgers affiliate, 2-1. They're taking on the Helena Brewers. Of course, that'd be the Milwaukee affiliate. And that's a matchup of the Owls that moved from Provo. Before they moved to Provo, they were in Helena. So maybe the fans in Helena, which is a place that I called home for the 1998 season, they're looking for maybe a little bit of revenge. They lost their first franchise down to middle of Utah. It's the Owls taking on the Brewers. They'll start that best of 3 Pioneer League Championship Series today. So good luck to the rookie team in Orem, Utah. Major League affiliate, the Angels, yesterday took a loss against the Mariners, and Irvin Santana was the losing pitcher in the game. The Athletics were winners yesterday, so the Angels' lead in the West is back down to 1 game. And tonight, the Angels taking on Seattle at Safeco Field. Paul Bird, who's pitched pretty well recently, is 11-9 at 3.81 ERA. He's taking on Ryan Franklin at 6-14 with a 5.25 earned run average. That game starting at 9:05. The Oakland A's today, they are in Cleveland, and it's a 0-0 score. The Tribe pitching right now, the top of the second inning, Oakland at the plate. Keep you updated on some of those Major League games as we go throughout the broadcast today. For right now, we'll pause, come back with the starting lineups of Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series, and it's all here on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
The ITT Tech pregame show has been brought to you by ITT Technical Institute. Now online at itt-tech.edu. Stay tuned next for Arkansas Traveler Baseball right here on the CSN Radio Network.
Come home after a hard day and just start in on me, like, hey, how was your day? How was school? What you got going on? I mean, it gave me the chills.
My father would drive me all the way to the mall. He went 7 till we were right in front of my friends. And oh my God, when
I wanted to go to Europe, and he seriously made me get a job to pay for it. And that one time,
he insisted on taking us to the movies, even though he knew Stephen totally worked there and I was totally in love with him. And the time I got this wicked cool scorpion tattoo on my shoulder, not even the whole arm, just the shoulder, and he grounded me for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And oh yeah.
When I wanted to major in ceramics because I'm way good at it, my dad told me I'd have to pay my own tuition. Duh. How am I supposed to earn that kind of dough making pottery?
Embarrass them, horrify them, freak them out. Don't worry. They'll appreciate it. Eventually. A message from the National Fatherhood Initiative and the Ad Council. Have you been a dad today? For more information, visit fatherhood.org.
He would come home.
In 1805, Lewis and Clark described in their journals a country teeming with wildlife.
Bison as far as the eye can see. Rivers churning with fish.
They wrote of scenes of endless beauty and of meeting more than 100 nations of American Indians whose lives were one with our environment. Now, imagine what Lewis and Clark and the American Indians they met would say if they walked the trail today. Would they be pleased?
There are herds of homes where the buffalo once roamed.
Or would they feel differently?
Something must be done to save what's left of this great place.
As we commemorate the Lewis and Clark bicentennial, we encourage you to consider what's been lost and what we can do to preserve what's left of the trail that still winds through us all. Walk with Lewis and Clark and see what you discover at www.lewisandclark200.org.
This is a public service message of the National Council of the Lewis and Clark Bicentennial, the Missouri Historical Society, and the Ad Council.
A presentation of CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network, brings you Arkansas Traveler Baseball. Today's game is brought to you by the ITT Technical Institute online at itt-tech.edu, by Coca-Cola, make it real, by Miller Lite, prevent taste loss with Miller Lite, by Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate, and by the Sonic Drive-In. Arkansas Traveler Baseball is brought to you statewide on the Creative Sports Radio Network by Vail Honda. See the new Honda cars and trucks today. The U.S. Air Force, crossing to the blue. The Bank of the Ozarks with several locations to serve you. And by the Conedo Tax Advisory Group. And now, the Texas League Arkansas Travelers.
They're gearing up for action at City Bank Ballpark here in Midland, Texas. I'm Phil Wilson with you on CSN. Trav taking on the Midland RockHounds, Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series. First pitch scheduled for a couple of minutes, but the pitchers are still warming up. We will go through the starting lineups in just a moment. First, we pause 10 seconds for station identification right here on the Creative Sports Radio Network, your home for Arkansas Traveler Baseball. The Midland RockHounds, the AA affiliate of the Oakland Athletics were first and second half champions in the West Division each time they beat the San Antonio Missions by 1 game overall. The RockHounds have the best overall record in the league at 78-62. The Arkansas Travelers second half champions. In that second half, Travs finished with a record of 37-33, 2 games ahead of the Springfield Cardinals. Trav's 71-69 record was the 4th best overall record in the 2005 Texas League. Midland won the season series 9-5, and the RockHounds took a 1-game series lead yesterday. Here are the starting lineups. We begin with the RockHounds. They are managed by Vaughn Hayes. It's Kevin Melillo leading off, playing second base. Batting second, playing center field, Steve Stanley. Hitting third for the RockHounds, left fielder Brian Stavisky led Midland with 3 hits last night. Designated hitter Casey Myers is cleaning up. Batting fifth and catching for Midland is Jeremy Brown. Batting sixth, the right fielder Danny Putnam. Batting seventh at first base, Daric Barton. Hitting eighth, third baseman Francis Gomez. And rounding out Midland starting 9 is shortstop Mark Tiger. Travs, of course, piloted by Tom Gamboa, and he has Erick Aybar leading off, playing shortstop today. Batting second in center field, Reggie Willits. Batting third for the Travelers in the second base is Howie Kendrick. Cleaning up and catching, Mike Napoli. Batting fifth for Arkansas, first baseman Kendrys Morales. In the 6th hole, right fielder Tommy Murphy. Batting seventh, playing third base, Greg Porter. Hitting eighth, the left fielder Jason Espedo. And rounding out the Travelers starting 9, designated hitter David Gates. Each team puts a right-hander on the mound tonight. Stephen Shell for the Arkansas Travelers, big 6'5", 190-pound. He is out of El Reno, Oklahoma in his 5th professional season. 3rd-round pick of the Angels in 2001 from El Reno High School in Oklahoma. Shell made 27 starts in the regular season, posted a record of 10 wins, 8 losses, and a 4.57 ERA. Shell also was the winning pitcher in Game 1 of the playoffs at Tulsa, a 6-2 win over the Drillers on September the 7th. Gave up a run in the first inning and a solo home run in the 5th. That was it in 7 innings. 2 runs, 9 strikeouts against the Drillers. And Shell has seen the RockHounds 3 times this year. He's defeated them his last 2 times on the mound. 2-0 against the Midland RockHounds. However, Shell's ERA against Midland is rather high. It's up to 9.45, and Midland does that 3.57 against them. But the number's a little skewed because the first time that Shell faced Midland had his worst appearance of the year. Lasted only 2 innings. In the 12-7 loss, Shell actually got a no decision in that ball game, but he allowed 7 runs on 9 hits in 2 innings. The thing is, in that ball game, Brant Colamarino hit a home run, drove in 6. Andre Ethier hit 3 base hits. Colamarino and Ethier are long gone up to the AAA affiliate for the A's in Sacramento. Stephen Shell, your starting pitcher for the Arkansas Travelers. Taking the mound today for the RockHounds is 5'11" right-hander Mike Nannini from Las Vegas, Nevada. He's been playing professionally since 1998. Back then, he was a first-round pick out of high school by the Houston Astros. Since then, he's played with the Astros. He's been traded over to the Cubs and traded to the Marlins. He spent the 2004 season with the Marlins AAA team in Albuquerque, going 9-10. Started this year with the Blue Jays AAA team in Syracuse, went 2-3 and a 5.25 ERA as a reliever. He's been outstanding for Midland on the starting mound, 8-1 in 13 games and a 5.79 earned run average. And he defeated the Travelers twice, back-to-back starts, August the 10th, August the 16th. Held the Travelers to 7 runs in 14 1/3 innings. Should be a good game today, and you do not expect to see many blowouts in this series. The 2 teams that are matched up pretty well. It was a big surprise to see Midland get a 7-1 win yesterday. We expect to see some games that are 3 runs or less quite a bit for the remainder of this series. One other thing to note, Midland, a very hot team to start a ball game. They've scored 32 runs in the postseason. 17 of them have come in the first inning. You got to wonder about that as well, because Shell, Traveler starter, his worst inning this year has been the first inning. He carries an first inning ERA of 8.67, and so maybe the biggest inning of this game, as yesterday, will be the first inning. And we'll have that first inning coming up next. Travs and the Midland RockHounds, Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series, right here on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
joined the Air Force in 1964 and served in Vietnam. He commanded forces in the far corners of the globe. Rising through the ranks, he served as a 3-star general at the Pentagon. You'd think 30 years of distinguished service would be plenty. But if you're Norman G. Leasing, Lieutenant General, retired United States Air Force, that's just the beginning. Today, he's pursuing a new career as Walmart's Vice President of National Government Relations. Norm's journey took him near and far, through Asia, Scandinavia, Europe, the Middle East, and Webster University, where he earned a master's degree that served him well in his career. I'm Bob Costas, member of the board of Webster University. All Webster campuses around the world share the same belief. Education is more than just a degree. It's real knowledge, the real world success.
For more information about graduate degrees from Webster University in Little Rock, visit them on the web at webster.edu or call them 800-828-2598.
Just be yourself, you're not like anybody else, and original, one of a kind. The taste of Dr. Pepper gives life personality. Nothing is better than originality. So it's free, do what you do. Nothing's better, Dr. Pepper.
National anthem performed by the Stadium Click Effects here at Citibank Ballpark, site of Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series, with the Midland RockHounds trying for their second league championship. Midland's been in the league since 1972. The only championship they have, a co-championship. In the 1975 season, they were forced to split that championship. They were tied at 2 games apiece with the Lafayette Drillers, and then torrential rains caused them to have to cancel the final game of the series. Meanwhile, the Trabs have won 5 Texas League championships, the last one coming in 2001, the last outright title 1989. That year, the Trabs fell behind Wichita, who were then in the West Division, 3-0, won the last 4 games of that series, and showed everybody before the Red Sox did last year that it is possible to come back when you're down 3-0 in a best-of-7 series. RockHounds have taken the field. Mike Nannini is warming up. Here's your umpire crew for the series. They're all crew chiefs. Delphine Colon is behind the plate today. Chris Hiller at third base. Steve Fertzoni calling the outs at second. The first base umpire tonight is Todd Waters. Mentioned Nannini, the starting pitcher for the RockHounds. We saw him as a member of the Round Rock Express in the 2002 season. That was Nannini's roughest season as a professional. In 29 games back with the Express in 02, a 7-10 record, but an ERA at 5.81. After that season, he was shipped over to the Cubs along with a couple of other players. That's a deal that netted the Astros Tom Gordon. And with West Tennessee in 2003, Nannini 10-9, 3.62 ERA. Then traded over to the Marlins. That's the deal that got the Cubs Derek Lee, who of course is a top flight candidate for MVP in the National League. And last year, a 9-10 record for Nannini, a 5.29 ERA with AAA Albuquerque. AAA wasn't much to his liking this year. 5.25 ERA. with the Blue Jays AAA team in Syracuse, and he was released by the Blue Jays, picked up very quickly by the A's. They needed a starting pitcher at AA Midland. He has given them what they've needed, 8 wins, 1 loss in 13 starts. Now, he only went 3 2/3 innings in his only start in the postseason. That was Game 2 of the series against San Antonio, got a no decision. Erick Aybar steps in. We're ready for action. 7:08 is the time of the first pitch, and it is a called strike, a fastball up around the letters. So Aybar, after popping up on the first pitch of the game yesterday, takes a strike to start this one. Aybar switching shortstop. He's 8 for 18 in the playoffs, and he reaches for a pitch, grounds up the middle. Shortstop Kiger gloves it in back of second, and with Aybar booking to first, he gets rid of it quickly. A 6-3 put out at first base. with Aybar out by maybe a step, maybe half a step. It was pretty close. One away, and then he does get quite a lot of ground balls. He doesn't have any overpowering stuff. Fastball in the high 80s, sinker, slider, curveball, changeup. Struck out 43 batters in 74 2/3 innings in the Texas League. 80 base hits allowed, 10 of them home runs. And Reggie Willits stepping into the plate. Howie Kendrick comes up to the on-deck circle. Just underway in Game 2 of the championship series. Base is empty for Willits, another switch hitter batting left-handed. Nannini starts with a fastball over the outside corner, called strike one. Willits hit .304 in the regular season, but during the playoffs he is 4 for 16. Scored a couple of runs, knocked in 2. Nannini winds up and delivers an 0-1 pitch, and Willits slaps it foul just over the Traveler dugout at third base. And quickly down to the hole, Willits, no balls, 2 strikes. Reggie 1 for 4 yesterday, and the Travs just really never got started offensively. Nobody on the team had 2 base hits. 5 base hits scattered amongst 9 players. Nannini looking for the sign from his catcher Brown. Now the kick in the 0-2 comes to Willits, and he hits a high fly to shallow left center. Drifting back a little bit is Stanley. Wynn picking that ball up, and Stanley makes the catch in left center field. He'd have drifted back pretty far for that one. It didn't look like Willits hit it very well. But as usual, the wind plays a factor at Midland's Citibank Ballpark, and it's a swirling wind here in Midland. The wind is blowing across the outfield from right to left, and so fly balls to left field to get a little bit more distance on it, and that seemed to what happened with Willits' fly ball. Here's Howie Kendrick standing in, right-hand batter, first pitch swinging, a line drive, base hit into center field. So on the first pitch of this at-bat, Kendrick, who's really struggled in the playoffs, comes through with a tee shooter right up the middle. Kendrick only 3 for 16 before that at-bat. And Howie is somebody that I think we should key on for today's game. When he's only had a couple of slumps in the month and a half he spent at Double-A, and when he got out of those slumps, he had huge games. So watch out for Kendrick tonight. Another guy to look out for is Mike Napoli, Traveler catcher standing in, right-handed batter. There's a fire to first by Nannini. Diving back in ahead of the throw is Kendrick, and Napoli will still wait for the first pitch. Napoli yesterday 1 for 4. He did reach with a sharp single to left field, also hit a high fly ball to the warning track. It's a stretch by Nannini, and a first pitch. Napoli takes a curveball under the knees, ball 1. Shane Kamine, who was yesterday's Midland starting pitcher, was very successful with first pitch curveballs to the likes of Kendrick and Napoli. Nannini just missed with that pitch. Back to the stretch. Kendrick a short lead. The pitch on the way, and Napoli takes another breaking ball, and that one's a strike. Just over the knees, over the middle of the plate. It's 1-1. Napoli 6 for 13 in this postseason. 4 of those 6 hits, extra bases. 1 double, 3 home runs. And he had a streak of 5 games in a row with a home run snapped yesterday. Nannini ready, the 1-1, and a swing and a miss. He got a fastball by him, and it's 1-2 to Napoli. Nannini got a little sneaky fastball by Napoli. It was over the outside corner. That was a really nice pitch. Napoli likes him out over the plate. Nannini put it just a little bit outside the plate. Now back to the stretch. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Kendrick away from first. The delivery, a high fastball, and the count evens up 2-2. On deck, first baseman Kendrys Morales. Napoli, 31 home runs in the regular season, 3 more in the postseason. He's 1 for 6 against Nannini during the year. Kendrick a little bit larger of a lead now, about 4 steps off. Bluffs the steal, and Napoli fouls one on top of the press box. And it's just over the backstop net. We're pretty close to the plate here, and the perch, maybe about, 90 feet behind the plate. Went just above the broadcast booth. Still 2-2 to Napoli. Looked like Kendrick wanted to steal on that pitch, but he stumbled on his way to second base and retreated to first. Another 2-2 instead of throw to first base. Kendrick was waiting for that one. He got back over to first standing up. Daric Barton, the first baseman, is a left-handed hitter but a right-handed thrower, so he's reaching out with his left hand. Kevin Melillo, the second baseman, shades up the middle. Shortstop Tiger is deep. Gomez at third base also deep. Nannini almost threw a pickoff throw away. And Barton had to reach across Kendrick's left elbow to bring that one in. Otherwise, Kendrick at second base easy. The outfielders deep all the way around for Napoli's power. That's probably the right idea. Brian Stavisky in left, Steve Stanley in center, Danny Putnam in right. Back to the stretch, Nannini with a 2-2, and Napoli swings and misses a slow curveball, strikes him out. That's the only slow curve that Nannini showed in this inning, and it ends the inning. Travs go without a run, one hit, one stranded. We go to the bottom of the first. Travs go scoreless, and Midland coming up to the plate against Stephen Shell right after this on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on live broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your homepage for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at csnsports.com. That's csnsports.com with live coverage worldwide on the internet. csnsports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
The Arkansas Razorbacks are looking to make it back to the Bowls this year. Hi, this is Ron Calcagney. Join me for the third year in a row right here on CSN for the Arkansas Razorback Sports Report every week during the football season. Every week we'll give the latest news on the Razorbacks from Fayetteville, a look at the big game each week and the game plan, a flashback in the past, and interviews from the great Hogs from the past and predictions of the big game. The Razorback Sports Report every Thursday at 5:30, Friday mornings at 8:30, Friday afternoons at 3:30, and Saturday mornings at 6:30. During the football season, right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Network.
22-year-old right-hander Stephen Shell warming up his right arm out of the mound here at Citibank Ballpark. He will try to do what hasn't been done all that much here in the postseason, which is keep the Midland RockHounds off the scoreboard in the first inning. Shell is 6'5", 190 pounds, features a fastball in the low 90s usually. He can touch the mid-90s on occasion. Sharp curveball, split-fingered pitch, usually good command, and he's been keeping the pitches down around the knees more often. 18 home runs on the season, and the thing was that most of those, 15 of them came in the first half, so Shell really had a very strong second half of the season. Stephen, who picked up a win in the opening game of the playoffs, went 7 strong innings. Now, he did give up a run in the first to the Drillers. Trav came back and put up 5 runs in the second inning of that ball game. Midland scored 6 times in the first inning yesterday. They have scored 17 runs in the first inning in 6 games of the postseason. That's more than half their run total. Kevin Melillo will try to start things off. Shell with a first pitch fastball over the high outside corner, called strike 1. Melillo began the game with the RockHounds yesterday with a base hit to right, and he would later score in a double by Brian Stavisky, the 3-hitter. Pitch on the way, and it's slowly grounded to Howie Kendrick. He's waiting for that ball, picks it up and a flip to first for an easy put out. Shell didn't let Melillo get the barrel of the bat out there. He sawed off the handle, and Melillo did not get a good swing on that pitch. He barely got around, and he was still standing there at the plate when Kendrick picked the ball up, so he was out by a good 60 feet. 1 away, and Steve Stanley standing in, another left-hander. The first 3 batters in the lineup today for the RockHounds are lefties, then 2 righties, a couple lefties after that. There's 5 southpaws in the lineup against Shell. Stanley, 2 for 4 yesterday, stands in, looks at the first pitch, a called strike. Fastball up around the letters, and it's 0-1. Bottom of the first, Travs went scoreless in the top half. They did get a single from Howie Kendrick. And now the bottom of the first, 1 out. Stanley with 290 in the regular season, just 4 for 22 in the playoffs. The 0-1 comes, and it's popped out of play over third base. Shell comes on the hands again with a fastball. And that ends up over the third base seat, bouncing along the concourse to one of the concession stands, and it's 0-2 to Stanley. Stavisky is on deck. He's the key to this Midland lineup. Shell back to the windup. Here's the 0-2 to Stanley, and it's a high fastball, and it's 1-2. Stanley had no thought of swinging at that pitch. Steve Stanley stands 5'9". That pitch would have been high to anybody standing 6'4". 1 ball, 2 strikes. Shell, the top strikeout pitcher for the Travs this year, whipped 126. Here's the 1-2, and it's a curve in the dirt. Nice block by Napoli, but Stanley laid off, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mentioned Stavisky, the guy you want to stay away from. And, I mean, even if this was a regular season game, you want to stay away from Stavisky, third highest fourth highest batting average in the Texas League at .316. Stavisky at .440 against the Travelers during the regular season. It's a 2-2 pitch to Stanley, and it's hit up the middle. Shortstop charging, and Aybar gloves it, flips on the run to Morales, and there's 2 outs. 2 quick outs, and here the fielders behind Shell tonight. In left field is Jason Espedo. Reggie Willits in center, Tommy Murphy in right field. Both corner outfielders yesterday. Espedo and Murphy had an outfield assist at the plate yesterday. Greg Porter's at third base, Erick Aybar at short, Howie Kendrick at second base, and at first base is Kendrys Morales with Napoli, the backstop for Stephen Shell. Here's Stavisky. Stavisky got things started yesterday for the RockHounds with a 2-run double in the first inning. He would collect a double and a single later on. Left-handed batter, rests the bat on his shoulders, and here's Shell's first pitch. A fastball, a strike on the outside corner. He's going with first pitch fastballs at the very same place, on the left side of the plate, if you're behind the plate, and right on that high outside part. The 0-1, Stavisky late swing, foul ball, out of play. And once again, Shell comes on the hands with a second pitch. A little bit of a rhythm here for Shell. First pitch on the outside corner, second pitch on the fifth against 3 consecutive lefties, and quickly ahead of Stavisky, 0-2. Here's the leg kick and the 0-2 pitch, and it's down and in with a breaking ball, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Stavisky at .316 of the regular season to go along with 11 home runs, 88 runs batted in, all around very good season for him. Here's Shell's 1-2, and Stavisky reaches for it. A line drive caught at third by Greg Porter. Went down to a knee to lunge towards the foul line and bring that one in. If he couldn't catch that, it would have been extra bases. So nice play by Porter. Keeps the RockHounds off the bases in the first. 1-2-3. We'll go into the second inning in a 0-0 score. This is Travelers Championship Series Baseball on the CSN Radio Network. And now this from Vail Honda.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used.
Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used.
Its own community college. It's called the Community College of the...
When it comes to a full line of office products, the name is Settle Office Products, 4412 MacArthur Drive in North Little Rock. They've been in business on MacArthur Drive for 23 years. They give free delivery anywhere in Central Arkansas. They have office furniture, office supplies, scratch and dent furniture, and they're family owned and operated. Give them a call today at 758-1050 or see them on the website at www.settleofficepro.com. Why do people statewide across the state of Arkansas like CSN? Here's Gary Coates, General Manager and owner of affiliate KBJT in Fordyce.
Well, I like it because it's Arkansas-oriented. You know, the things that that CSN carries are always, from within the state, and for the most part, and it's a real big help to our broadcast schedule.
CSN now in her 27th year.
Arkansas first baseman Kendrys Morales will lead off the top of the second. 0-0 score. Travs had the only base run in the first inning. 2-out single by Howie Kendrick. Morales waiting for his teammate Erick Aybar to get his leg out of the top step of the dugout. Now here's a first pitch from Mike Nannini, and Kendrick takes off speed outside. 1 ball, no strikes to begin the second inning. Morales followed by Tommy Murphy and Greg Porter. 5, 6, and 7 slots in the batting order. Kendrick, switch hitter, batting left-handed. Nannini, the right-hander. Here's a 1-0. And it's high and outside, a fastball missing. 2 balls, no strikes. Kendrick never saw himself in a hitter's count like this yesterday. He was down to the count 0-2 twice. Finished the game 0 for 4. He may get a good pitch to hit here to lead off the second. Nannini kicks, delivers 2-0. Kendrick looks all the way, and it's a strike right down the middle. That may have been a good pitch to hit. Just let it go right by. Kendrick, 306 in 75 Texas League games to go along with 7 home runs. Did 3 homers in the postseason. Here's the 2-1 to Kendrick, and it's a high changeup. 3 balls, 1 strike. Morales last night 0 for 4, as we mentioned. He's 4 for 16 of the playoffs, and it seems to be all or nothing. 4 hits, 3 home runs, 1 single. Kendrys not much of a singles hitter. The 3-1 pitch, he swings and pops it up. Shallow left field towards the foul line. Stavisky chasing it into foul territory, but that is out of play. And it's past one of the grassy knolls here at Citibank Ballpark, and it's 3-2 on Morales. Nobody on base for Morales as he leads off the second inning. Kendry, the team leader in the postseason with 8 runs batted in. A lot of room up the middle as Nannini delivers the 3-2, and it's low, ball 4. So a leadoff walk puts Morales aboard. Travis didn't get many leadoff batters aboard yesterday. And 9 trips to the plate, the leadoff man reached only twice, and they did score him. So Morales on base, and here's right fielder Tommy Murphy, another switch hitter. Travis, who back in the early part of the season when they had Chris Morris and Alberto Callaspo, remember there was a time where there were 6 switch hitters in the lineup. Got 4 today, and Murphy, first pitch swinging, pops it up to shallow right field. Can of corn, Melillo, the second baseman, camps underneath it over the cut of the grass and makes the catch. And quickly Murphy is the first out of the second inning on 1 pitch. Greg Porter will come up to the plate now as Murphy is now 1 for 6 in the playoffs. Nothing score, top of the second. Porter walking up to the plate, left-handed batter. Had a rough game yesterday. His throwing error in the first inning led to the 6-run rally, though that throwing error wasn't accountable for all 6 runs. And he finished the game 0 for 4, and the last chance the Trav had to get back into the ballgame yesterday, where they had the bases loaded in the 6th inning with 2 outs, and Porter bounced out to second base. No Trav reached for the last 10 hitters. Here's a pitch to Porter, and he's late on the fastball. High fly ball down the left field line, chasing it. Stavisky to the corner. That is out of play. And it's strike 1 on the foul ball. 0-1 to Porter. Greg actually hit that ball pretty well. He was just too far behind it to put it in play. Looked like it may have had home run distance down the left field line. 330 feet from home plate to the left field corner. And that left field corner is right where the Travelers bullpen is located. Dead center field 410. Power alley and right 394. Here's the 0-1. Porter swings and fouls it off again. This time a pop-up over the roof. And it's 0-2. Down the right field line is 325. And that's where the Midland bullpen is located. And it kind of juts in a little bit. Trav's bullpen is located beyond the outfield fence. That right field pen is sort of in the right field fence. Here's an 0-2 pitch on the way to Porter. And he takes a change in the dirt. Good eye. And it's ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Morales at first after the leadoff walk. Murphy, the first out of the inning, popped up. Porter, who hit .286 in the regular season, is 4 for 15 in the playoffs. All 4 hits are singles. Greg had 39 extra base hits during the regular season. Been a while since he last had one. A 1-2 count, the stretch by Nannini. The kick, the pitch on the way, and it's lined towards the gap in left center field, a base hit, but Stanley cuts it off and holds Morales to second base. Greg Porter with the second Traveler base hit of the ball game, and Arkansas perhaps in business with runners at first and second and only 1 away. Just to continue to compare yesterday's game to this one, the Trav didn't get 2 runners on base at one time yesterday until the 5th inning, and they get an opportunity here in the second to bring a run home with Jason Espino at the plate. Espino hit 1 of 2 Trav homers against Nannini, left-handed batter. Stands in, open stance. Here's a pitch, and it's a high fastball, strike 1. Espino backs off the plate. He thought that was a little high, but Delphine Colon saw it just under the armpits. Pretty good pitch. No balls, 1 strike. Espino yesterday 1 for 3 with a double, only extra base hit. The 0-1 off speed. He swings and misses, and it's strike 2. So Nannini with 2 different pitches, one a high fastball, and the second an off-speed breaking ball, and quickly ahead of Espino, no balls, 2 strikes. David Gates is on deck. Nannini sets. He checks Morales at second, no one holding him. The pitch is slowly tapped along the first base line, and it bounces foul. Daric Barton will field it on the right side of the foul line, and it's still 0-2 on Espino. Jason Espino scored the only Traveler run yesterday. He hit a double to lead off in the 3rd inning. He would score later on a ground ball. He's trying to bring home a first run for the Travs and get ahead of the RockHounds in the 2nd inning. Runners leading off, and no one holding either of them on. Porter a huge lead at first. Time called. Nannini now goes back to the stretch. A kick, a pitch. And Espedo tries to hold back, and he does hold back on a high fastball. They appeal to the third base umpire, and Chris Hiller put the hands out, the palms down, and said he didn't go. Huge reaction from the Midland dugout. Nick Mattioni, one of their relievers, was jumping up and down. He thought that that was a third strike, and it looked like Espedo may have gotten away with one. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Let's see if he can do anything with this pitch. Here it is. He swings and chops it toward the hole at second. Ranging to his left is Melillo with a flip to first for out number 2. The ball wasn't hit all that hard. Melillo, however, who was shaded up the middle a couple of steps, had about 5 steps to take before getting to that baseball. He had to reach out for it. So that was not an easy play, even on a slow ground ball. But at least Espedo moves the runners up. So David Gates steps into the plate. And here a base hit would give the Travs a 2-0 lead. Jeremy Brown, Nannini's catcher, heads out to the mound. He wants to talk with the 5'11" righty, Mike Nannini. This guy's been all around baseball since he was a first-round pick in 1998. Traded twice to the Cubs, to the Marlins. Been released. He's experienced about everything he can experience in moving roster spots. Nannini working the Gates, and here's the stretch. Gates, a big right-hander. First pitch is a high fastball, and Gates lays off. Now, what started the Travs on that series sweep against Tulsa? It was David Gates' second-inning grand slam. And we're not expecting a grand slam here with 2 runners on base. The base hit, as I mentioned, should bring home a couple runs. Neither infielder is holding anybody on. The 1-0 to Gates is outside, a slider missing, and it's 2-0. Gates has seen part-time duty for the second half of the season. That includes the playoffs. This is his 3rd start in the playoffs. He was 2 for 7 in the Driller Series with that grand slam, and he also knocked in another run, 5 RBI. A 2-0 pitch on the way, and he takes high, ball 3. It's 3-0. So Gates showing some patience here, running a 3-0 count on Nannini. Erick Aybar waiting on deck. Maybe a chance with the bases loaded. Nannini walked the first batter this inning. And here's the 3-0 to Gates. It's ball 4, and it almost hit Gator. Raised his arms above that. He was ready to flip the bat towards the dugout at third base, and he didn't get much on the flip of the bat. And he almost hit Brown. Brown, the catcher's a good thing. The catcher wears heavy equipment on his head. Otherwise, Brown may have just been hit on the head by a bat. So the base is loaded for Erick Aybar. Boy, the RockHounds got ahead big time early yesterday, and the Travs have an opportunity right here. Aybar, during the regular season, was 4 for 12 with the bases loaded and 5 runs batted in. And Nannini will go from the stretch, and here's a pitch. A swing and a tip off the umpire's mask, and it's strike 1. Aybar caught leaning over the plate on a very slow changeup. Nannini seems to have a lot of confidence in his off-speed stuff. That's what he struck out Napoli on. It's what he got Murphy to pop out here in the second. Aybar grounded a shortstop in the first. He's 0 for 5 in the series. And here's the 0-1 pitch. A swing and a line shot foul to the upper rows along the first base seat. Aybar again out ahead of a breaking pitch. First pitch was a changeup, second a curveball, and Aybar a little too out in front of each of them. So Nannini, who walked Gates with 4 pitches, gets ahead of Aybar, 0-2 on consecutive foul balls. Runners lead off. Nannini to the stretch. And here's the delivery. He swings and nubs it behind the plate foul. So Aybar again leaning over the plate. He got a fastball. Didn't get a very good swing on that one. Nannini does have Aybar reaching out over the plate. Hasn't made a mistake pitch in this sequence. Been very careful. It's about every batter in this lineup. It's still 0-2 as Aybar waits. The pitch on the way. He swings and fouls it off again. A high fastball, and he pops it up over the third base roof. So 4 pitches, 4 foul balls. Still 0-2 on Erick Aybar. Kendrys Morales at third base. He led the inning off with a base on ball. Greg Porter at second, the only hit of this inning. David Gates at first with the second walk. Outfield is pretty shallow. They're shaded towards the left field line. And the 0-2 on the way. Aybar fouls it straight back in. Nannini came with a fastball over the heart of the plate. 5 pitches, 5 foul balls. Aybar, we've seen him go 9 consecutive foul balls once this year. Doesn't strike out very much. Nannini, a high stretch, and the pitch is a high fastball, and Aybar lays it off, and it's 1-2. So Aybar does show a little patience there. Nannini threw a pitch that Aybar would have had to jump out of his shoes to hit. So Erick shows he's not going to swing at everything, but just about everything. Back to the stretch, Nannini, a glance at third. Here's the pitch. Aybar swings, chops it over the mound. Second base, and Melillo backhand, flips to the shortstop at short. Second base, and that is the final out of the inning with Gates forced out at second base. So the Travs, who left the bases loaded in the 6th inning yesterday, do it again today in the 2nd inning. No runs, 1 hit, 3 stranded. We'll go into the bottom of the 2nd, and it's still 0-0 on the TSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
We're witnessing some intense pain here, folks. Throbbing muscles, swollen joints. This is pure torture. We're talking total body suffering. Not even the internal organs are...
Bob, the game hasn't started yet.
Game? I'm talking about me.
Don't let orthopedic discomfort interrupt your life. Learn to manage it with Baptist Health in Ortho, Arkansas, the state's leaders in orthopedic medicine. To reach a specialist or for more information, call Baptist Health Helpline at 227-8478 and get back in the game.
Oh, I can feel that hit up here.
Fans, it's easy to get discount tickets to Travs games all year thanks to Ready Ice. Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice presents Ready Ice Wednesdays at Ray Wonder Field. Just pick up a discount coupon for any Wednesday Travs home game anywhere Ready Ice is sold, like most Shell and Exxon gas stations. Bring the coupons to the Travs box office for $3 general admission tickets to any Wednesday home game. That's Ready Ice Wednesdays at Ray Wonder Field all season long. Thanks to Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice.
I never wanted a Coke so bad in my life. Like the time I went on a shop till you drop-a-thon with my girlfriend. So there I am pinballing from store to store across the vast expanse of this mega mall, forced to give my opinion on her clothing choices, which she promptly ignored. I think it was from all the, yeah, that looks steak, honey, but I was parched. Only one thing was going to unparch me. A Coke. I would have cried, but I couldn't spare the fluid. So next time I go shopping, it'll be online. Coca-Cola. Make it real.
It's Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series, and it's into the bottom of the 2nd inning at Midland City Bank Ballpark. Phil Elson with you on the TSN Radio Network. Travs have left 4 runners on base in the first 2 innings. Bases were loaded in the 2nd when Erick Aybar grounds out for the 2nd time. So Stephen Shell, who set down the RockHounds in order in the 1st, will take on the 4, 5, and 6 batters. Here's Shell's first pitch to Casey Myers. He lines it to the corner in left field. That is a fair ball, and it's picked up by Jason Espino along the fence as Myers digs into second base. The throw will go to third, and it's a leadoff double in the first pitch of the inning. Casey Myers is standing at second base. So the first right-hander that Shell faces turns on a pitch and lines it for a 2-base hit. This is one of the anomalies on the season for Shell. Hard-throwing righty, you'd expect he'd have more success against right-handers. But righties hit 54 points higher than lefties did against Shell. Righties 305. Shell held lefties to a 251 average. Here's another right-handed batter. Jeremy Brown stands in. Holds the bat back as Myers leads from second, and the pitch is lined along the right field line for a base hit. Murphy going to cut it off at the warning track. Myers around third to score. Holding it first is Brown. Our first ridiculous train horn of the night. It's 1-0 Midland on 2 pitches, 1 run on 2 hits. So the RockHounds all over Shell's first 2 pitches of the 2nd inning. And they go down each foul line. Myers down the left field line, Brown to right. And they noticed Shell was going with first pitch fastballs in the first inning. Up in the strike zone, and Shell's strategy backfiring against him a little here in the 2nd inning. 8 RBI of the playoff. Danny Putnam stands in, another lefty. Let's see if Shell goes with the first pitch fastball. He does not. He goes with a curve. It didn't curve. It was outside. Ball 1. You always have to worry about falling into patterns. Professional hitters, they're going to notice these patterns, and sometimes it takes 1 inning to adjust to it, but quite obviously the RockHounds have adjusted to Shell's pattern. Back to the stretch. It's 1-0 on Putnam. Brown a short lead, not going anywhere. The pitch is a little high, off speed, and it's 2-0. Putnam, who played 131 games around the other parts of the A's minor league system, did not play in a Double-A game until the playoffs. He is 7 for 23 in the playoffs. Holds the bat on the shoulders, grips it hard. They'll try to come inside. The pitch is low and outside, and it's 3-0. Michelle having a tough start to the second inning. On deck is Daric Barton, dangerous left-handed batter for Coach's 20-year-old. Putnam does have prospect status. He's 22 out of Stanford. Here's a 3-0 pitch, and it's outside just a little bit. It was close. A fastball just a little bit away from the outside corner. Ball 4. First 3 batters of the second inning have reached base. This has all the ugly makings of a Midland rally unless Shell can get out of this inning somehow. Steven seems to be a little bit shocked that the first 2 pitches of the inning were hit so hard. So Myers doubles, Brown singles him in. The walk to Putnam on 4 pitches puts Brown at second base, and now Barton stands into the plate, left-handed batter. Off to run home, and he was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded yesterday. Shell will check second from the stretch, and the first pitch is chopped to the hole at second base. Backhand by Morales, throws to second for the first out. That's all they get. Aybar holds onto the ball, looks to third base where Brown holds. Putnam forced out at second, 3-6. The RockHounds have runners at the corners and 1 away for Francis Gomez. So Barton kind of topped over that pitch. He was a little ahead of a first pitch fastball. Now Gomez, who was batting 9th yesterday, delivered a 2-run double to cap the first inning, which 6 runs came across for the RockHounds. It's 1-0 Midland, and the Travs will have to play for a double play. Gomez, right-handed batter, he's got a very aggressive approach to the plate. He fielded double play depth. Here's a stretch. Shell holds at the letters, kicks and delivers to the plate, and a curveball low, ball 1. 1-0 on Gomez, who had that 2-run double in the first inning yesterday, a third inning single, and then finished the game with a ground out and a fly out. He was 2 for 4. Short lead at first by Barton. Off a third is Brown. Shell to the plate, and it's a curve low again. Ball 2, 2-0. So Gomez is a pretty decent fastball hitter. Lays off 2 consecutive curves. And you got to figure he may be sitting on a fastball now. Shell does have enough to sneak one by you if you're looking for the fastball. May want to put it not exactly right down the middle. Gomez waving it around. Here it comes. There's the fastball for a strike over the outside corner, just above the knees. The pitcher's pitch for strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike on Gomez. RockHounds take the lead here in the second, 1-0. Only 1 away. Shell needs a double play to get out of this inning. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Gomez. He swings and misses at a fastball that came up around the letters, way inside. And it's 2-2. So he got a fastball, and seemed that he thought, well, get a fastball, go right after it. Why not? On deck, Mark Kiger, the only RockHound not to reach base yesterday. Gomez stands in there. Shell looking for his first strikeout of the game. It's a 2-2 count with 1 away. Hands together by Shell. He turns to first, throws over there. And getting back in time is Barton. The RockHounds did use the hit and run yesterday, which confused the Travelers' defense, forced a couple of infielders to cover at second base on the chopper to third, and all the ensuing confusion turned into a throwing error. Shell ready. He kicks, comes home 2-2, and the fastball just missed about an inch or 2 outside. So the count goes full on Gomez, and we'll see if the RockHounds put Barton in motion. Mike Napoli will signal to the infielders, and who's going to cover at second base. Porter will back up at third. Aybar a little further at short. Still double play depth. Barton takes that lead from first. Brown holds at third. Shell brings it set. Here's the 3-2. The runner stays, and it's fouled back. Still 3-2. Shell came with a fastball, a high fastball, and Gomez got a little piece, fouled it straight back into the net, and the count holds at 3-2. Gomez, a .223 hitter in the regular season with Midland. 2 for 4 yesterday. A 3-2 count. Barton running with a pitch. It's grounded to short. Stopped by Aybar. Flips to second. And it's dropped by Kendrick at second base. It's 2-0 with Brown scoring. Heading for third is Barton. Into second base is Gomez. And another trouble inning for the Travelers has begun here in the second inning. Aybar, who was playing about halfway in at double play depth, stopped that sharp ground ball with a couple of steps to his right. He backhanded it. He looked to second base. He had no play at second. Still, he threw it to Kendrick. Kendrick seemed to be surprised as the throw handcuffed him. He could not glove the throw, and it rolled into right field. Brown would have scored to the play anyway to make it 2-0, but on an error charged to Aybar, I believe, Barton to third base, and Gomez to second. Gomez will get credit for a run batted in, but no base hit. A fielder's choice to the shortstop, and the Travs, who really had a very rough first inning yesterday, and a lot of it hinged on one play in the field. We may have the same thing going on here. Midland has a chance for a 4-0 lead. The batter is Mark Kiger. Runners at second and third. The infield halfway in. Shell's fastball is swung on and missed, and it's strike one. Looks like 2 errors have been charged on that play. I will wait for the official score to see exactly who he's given them to. But the point is made. The Travs gave the RockHounds an opportunity in the first inning yesterday. Midland answered with 6 runs. The Travs are giving Midland another opportunity today in the second inning, and the RockHounds have answered with 2 and maybe 2 more. An 0-1 count. Shell kicks and comes home, and Kiger takes low and outside in a curveball, and it's 1-1. The RockHounds jump in front again. Kiger, who finished 0 for 5 yesterday, looking for his first hit of this series. It's 6 base hits in the opening series, 6 for 21 with an RBI. Travs will play for the out at home. Barton at third, Gomez at second. First base is open. And it almost feels like the series hinges on this inning now, which should not be the case. RockHounds built up a little momentum yesterday, and they've got the momentum already today. It's a 1-1 count as Shell comes set. Here's the pitch to Kiger. He swings, grounds it to the hole at short. Backhand by Aybar. He's going to try to catch Gomez in a rundown. He flips to second. Kendrick running him back to third. Porter running into second. Nobody's at second base. However, 2 RockHounds are there, and so there will be an out. Barton has scored on the play, so it's 3-0. Nobody was covering at second base on that run back by Porter. And leaving the field of play is going to be Kiger. And Gomez has already made his way back into the dugout, but I think he's going to have to go back to second base. No, instead, Kiger's actually going to stay at second. Gomez, the one who's forced out, they will go 6-4-5. And the 2 Traveler errors open up a 3-run inning for the RockHounds. Kiger will stay at second base. The last 3 plays have not been base hits, yet people have made it on base anyway, as the Travs have kicked the ball around. So credit Kiger with a run batted in. It's 3-0. Kevin Melillo stands into the plate. First pitch swinging, line drive foul off the 4th row seats at first base. Hit so hard it rebounds halfway into right field. 0-1 to Melillo, who just like most RockHound batters here in the second inning is sitting on a first pitch fastball and got it. 0-1 to Melillo, who grounded out to second base in the first inning. Shell giving up 3 runs here in the second. Trying to keep it at a 3-run inning. Here's the stretch and a count of 0-1. Here's the pitch. Melillo takes a curve for a strike, and it's 0-2. Shell takes something off the curveball there. Now gets ahead with 2 quick strikes on Melillo. Not to take away what the RockHounds have done yesterday or today, because they're taking advantage of the Travs' errors and miscues. And 0-2 count. Shell will turn to second base and hold on to the ball. Throwing error yesterday led to 6 runs. There were 2 hit batters in the first inning, a walk. Here in the second inning, 2 errors on 1 play, a walk. And Shell falling into a little bit of a rhythm. It's an 0-2 count. Shell back to the stretch. He delivers. And Melillo pops it up. Left side of the infield, foul ground. The wind is going to blow that one out of play. Porter over towards the railing, but it's about 7 rows deep over the dugout. Still 0-2 on Kevin Melillo. So the Travs find themselves in almost the exact same position as yesterday. Trailing early, though not a 6-run deficit. It's half that. They find themselves behind very quickly for the second day in a row. This out is about as important as it gets for Shell. A long look for Napoli's side. He's got the side. He's ready. Quietly sets now, delivers 0-2, and the changeup is outside. Ball 1. 3-0 Midland. 2 hits in the inning, 1 walk, 2 errors, 3 fielders' choices. And there hasn't been a hit since the second batter of the inning. Midland earned the first run. They've been handed the last 2. The 1-2 pitch fouled off in the air over third base again, and way out of play. We got some storms rolling into Midland. Dark clouds have started to overtake this Permian Basin city. There's a 30% chance of thunderstorms today. It looks like it is raining in Midland. You can see for miles and miles here. I think I do see a thunderstorm. 1-2 count. Shell trying to weather the storm here in the second. The kick of the pitch. Melillo reaches out, pokes it to the hole at second base. Picked up by Morales on the backhand. He'll call Shell off and take it to the base himself. And the inning is over. 3 Midland runs on only 2 hits, 2 Traveler errors, 1 runner stranded, and Midland takes a 3-0 lead into the third on the CSN Travelers Radio Network.
1998 New York City Marathon runner German Silva made a huge mistake. 1/2 mile from the finish line, he took a wrong turn. When he heard yells from the crowd and saw the looks on their faces, he realized his mistake. He immediately turned around, but the error cost him a crucial 15 seconds. His only hope for winning now was to sprint to make up for lost distance. Did he have the energy? Could he do it? He later said, "Too much work had gone into this race. I had to fight it out." He was able to make up the lost distance and finish first in his division, but only because he refused to allow a wrong turn to knock him out of his quest for the prize. I'm Mark Evans, pastor of the church at Rock Creek. You know, there are times in life when we make a wrong turn. But when we discover that it was a wrong turn, the wise person changes direction. Married couples.
Home run with your family tonight. Whether you're planning a meal before the game or snacks for the game, remember to include milk, cheese, and yogurt in the game plan. 3 servings a day of dairy is the right amount to help keep your body healthy. It's easy. Just look for the 3-a-day logo on your favorite calcium-rich dairy foods at your local retailer. For more information, including recipes and coupons, visit www.3aday.org. Have you had your 3-a-day today? The power of cheese.
Travs down early today, 3-0 after 2 innings of play. 1 unearned run, 2 earned runs. Both the errors have been charged in the second inning on that one play to Howie Kendrick for not fielding 2 throws, one from the shortstop Aybar, the other from the right fielder Tommy Murphy. And so the 2 errors occurred on one play, but Midland takes advantage. 3 runs in the second inning. Travs need to get started offensively. Top of the third, Reggie Willits at the plate. Here's Nanini from the windup. A high fastball to start it off. Travs had the chance in the second inning to get ahead. They had the bases loaded, 2 outs. Erick Aybar instead grounded out to shortstop. Aybar 0 for 6 in this series. And just looks to be over-aggressive. He's in front of just about everything he's swinging on. Here's a 1-0 to Willits. Reggie takes ball 2 up high from Nanini, and quickly it's 2-0. Willits 0 for 1, a fly out to center in the first inning. Howie Kendrick on deck, Mike Napoli after that. Nanini walked 2 batters in the second and still survived that inning. Here's a 2-0, and that's very high again. 3 pitches, all the same result. Very high fastball. Willits quickly jumping ahead, 3 balls, no strikes. Midland putting up 3 runs in the second. It's not a must, but pretty darn important for the Travs to answer with at least one here in the third inning. Here's the 3-0. Willits takes high. Ball 4. This is a warning sign for the RockHounds, and it's almost the same thing that happened when Nannini pitched against San Antonio. In Game 2 of the playoffs against the Missions, Midland got ahead with a 5-run first inning, and Nannini only lasted 3 2/3. Pulled in the 4th. The Missions in that inning put up 4 hits and 3 runs. And Nannini just didn't look very sharp. He doesn't look very sharp today. Here's Kendrick into the plate. Singled in the first inning. First pitch is a curve, and it's over the inside corner for a called strike. Nannini has walked 3. He's allowed 2 hits. The Travs have stranded 4 so far. We've gotten the outs when it's necessary. Fire to first is not in time. This seems to be Nannini's story all season. A .579 earned run average, but 8 wins and only 1 loss. 0-1 count. Kendrick waits from the right side. Nannini delivers. And Kendrick swings a high fly ball to deep left field, going back to Stafisky at the warning track, and he makes the catch. Stumbles at the fence, he holds onto the ball, and quickly gets it back to the infield with Willits scampering into first base. That's the first out of the inning. Kendrick just missed, hitting that ball very solid. Still sent it to the track in left field. Seemed to not quite get the barrel of the bat on it. So there's 1 away, and Mike Napoli comes up to the plate. The wind is blowing a little harder now, and it's coming in from right field. But still it's swirling, and at any moment it could start blowing out to left. There's a fire to first by Nannini, and back on his belly is Willits. Reggie, who stole 40 bases the regular season, has swiped 3 in the playoffs. Travs never had a chance to get the running game started yesterday. Do they try to run here? Willits to lead off, about 4.5 steps. He saves. The pitch to Napoli is a curve for a strike, and it's 0-1. Curveball is what Nannini used to get ahead of Napoli in the first inning, 1 and 2. He used the curveball to strike him out. He's going to the curveball when he needs a strike. Right now, Nannini does not look very sharp with his fastball. Second baseman Melillo shades up the middle. Willits leads. Here's the stretch. Nannini throws, and it's hit in the air to deep left field to the corner. Go, go, go! It is foul. Oh, goodness. Way out of this ballpark, but foul by maybe a couple of feet. A line drive out of the ballpark. Third base umpire Tiller immediately makes the call, and it's 0-2 on Napoli. So Mike got that fastball, and he jumped all over it. Unfortunately, just a little bit too far in front. Seems to be the way that things are going here in the championship series for the Travs. Solid contact, but foul. Here's the stretch on 0-2. Nannini's pitch is swung on and hit in the air to deep left center field. That one has a chance. That one is off the fence. Willits around second on his way to third. He will come around third. Willits to the plate. He scores standing up, and it's 3-1 on a double by Mike Napoli. That's huge. So Napoli gets his first base hit of the game, and it puts the Travs on the scoreboard. It's now 3-1 Midland. Good to see the Travs answering. Now they have a chance to answer with a little bit more. RockHounds, remember, did not waste any time in pulling Nannini last week. They don't have anybody warming up in the bullpen yet. I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody start to get ready. Vaughn Hayes, Midland manager, has the ultimate confidence in his bullpen. He used the bullpen to pitch the entire Game 5 against the Mission. Kendrys Morales stands into the plate. Took a walk in the second. Here's a pitch, and he fouls it off the top of the roof. It'll bounce back onto the field of play, towards the plate where Morales bats it to the ball boy. I tell you, Morales just got a very good pitch to hit. A letter-high fastball, and Nannini doesn't have too much on the fastball. Certainly not enough to get away with a pitch like that to Morales, 2 pitches in a row. Morales will wait. Napoli leads off. No one close to him. Nannini throws a curve, and Morales swings over top and misses. Strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes on Morales, 1 away. It's 3-1 Midland at the top of the third. Shortstop Kiger the closest to Napoli as he leads off. Really worried about Napoli trying to steal third base. Comes in behind him, now backs off. Here's the pitch. Morales checks the swing in the dirt and holds. He appealed to third base umpire Tiller, but he didn't go. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes on Morales. Trav's already out hitting Midland 3-2. Well, the 2 errors on the 1 play in the third inning. Both errors charged to Howie Kendrick and turning out to be rather large errors. To the stretch is Nannini. A check at Napoli. Here's the pitch to Morales. He chops to the hole at short. Kiger is heading towards second. He backhands, throws on the run to first, and it's a good throw right on the money for out number 2. Nannini got away with a no-no, and for a veteran like him, it was very surprising. Kiger came in behind Napoli trying to get the pickoff throw at second base, and instead of throwing to second, Nannini delivered the pitch with Kiger running to second base. Morales saw that, and he tried to guide the ball to the hole at shortstop. He did that, but he didn't put very much wood on the ball. It was a very slow ground ball. Gave Kiger some time to charge towards third base and throw across his body. So Napoli advances to third base. Now Tommy Murphy, the batter. First pitch late and a swing and a miss on the fastball. Strike 1. So Nannini able to blow a fastball by Murphy with a high heater. Murphy back up there, standing in the left side. The 0-1 comes and is right down the middle. A curveball for strike 2. So Murphy quickly falls behind with a couple of strikes, trying to bring Napoli in from third base. Nannini sets. Here's the pitch to Murphy. It is in the dirt, but blocked by Brown. And Napoli was coming a third of the way from third base, holds. Well, Nannini's gotten away with a lot of dangerous pitches today. Gotten away with 2 previous walks, a bases-loaded situation, and just got away with a pitch that was about 5 feet in front of the plate. Brown had no problem blocking it. 1-2 count. Murphy waiting. The pitch on the way. Swings, bounces over the mound. Into center field it goes. Napoli comes home on a 2-out RBI single, and the Travs have cut the Midland lead to 1 run. Murphy quite often will take a very big swing, even on 2 strikes, but in this situation, shortens up the swing, just looks to chop it up the middle. He does that, and it's 3-2. Greg Porter will come up to the plate now, and I'll tell you what, we have got these storms coming into town, and it is extremely dark all across Midland, Texas. And the sun isn't even all the way down yet, but you wouldn't know it. Here's a pitch to Porter, swinging a ground ball to second base, right to Melillo. He's up with it. He's on with it to first, and the Travs are done in the third inning. They answer, however, with 2 runs on 2 hits. 1 runner stranded, and we'll go to the bottom of the third. It's Midland 3 and the Travelers 2. On the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Ed and I sell soft drinks at ball games, and he first told me about BC Powder.
We carry big trays of drinks up and down the stadium steps. Man, it's a killer.
And with a backache, that tray feels heavier and heavier.
And the stairs are tough on your knees.
One night I was dragging, and the game wasn't half over.
I told Brian he needs a BC to stop the pain fast, because it goes to work quick.
BC stopped the pain, got me right back to work.
BC goes down easy with a soft drink, but don't tell the boss, okay?
BC, pain relief at the speed of powder. Use as directed.
Brewery, can I help you?
Hi, I just bought a 6-pack of your beer, and I think there's something missing in it. There's no taste in the beer.
There's no taste?
I was hoping maybe somebody in shipping could send me flavor. Like, I'm not trying, all I want is flavor.
Sir, there's no
Is there like a flavor distribution center in my neighborhood? I'll pick it up.
No, there's no center.
I'll tell you what, I got some Miller Lights here. That'll do the trick. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a good day.
If you're going to choose on taste, choose the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller. Good call.
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
Get going here in the bottom of the third inning. We pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Creative Sports Radio Network, your home for Arkansas Traveler Baseball. Bill Elson with you from Midland City Bank Ballpark. It's the Midland RockHounds 3 and the Arkansas Travelers 2. We go to the bottom of the third inning. Midland with the 1-0 series advantage in the best-of-5 Texas League Championship Series. We're in Game 2. Steve Stanley leading off the third for the RockHounds, and Steven Shell goes to the windup with a high leg kick and fires a strike with a fastball. Shell got through the first inning 1-2-3, but faced 7 hitters in the second. Allowed 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 2 hits, 1 walk. 0-1 to Stanley is high, and it's ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Stanley, little left-handed batter out of Notre Dame University, is on deck man. Brian Stavisky also went to Notre Dame. A little fighting Irish here in Midland. A 1-1 pitch is high and outside, 2 balls and a strike. Stanley grounded out to shortstop in the first inning. Mentioned Stavisky on deck. Casey Myers after him. Myers keyed the second inning rally. Lead-off double. 2-1 pitch to Stanley. Strike 2 call. Fastball over the outside corner. Stanley wanted to swing, but held back as he appeared to think that pitch was outside. Shell so far, no strikeouts. He's 2-2 on Stanley. Get a strikeout here. Hands over the head. Here's the pitch. And it's lined up the middle for a base hit. Steve Stanley. Inside-out swing and right up the middle to center field. A leadoff single. That's base hit number 3 for Midland off of Shell, and now Stavisky comes up to the plate. Stanley, without question, a contact hitter. He looks to slap a lot of pitches. He's a guy that'll go with a pitch down the left field line. He can also turn on it. And Shell looked to break his bat with a fastball around the fist. And Stanley brings the hands inside the fastball and just lines it right past second base. Lightning striking way out past left field in the city limits of Midland. Stavisky steps in, takes a pitch right off the outside corner. Ball 1. And I hope we can get this ball game in. I'll tell you what, this storm is coming in here. Maybe it'll go by the ballpark. It may just skirt the ballpark. It is looking scary out there. Stretched by Shell. 1-0 count to Stavisky. Left-handed batter. Shell turns to first, throws over. Stanley is back. Brian Stavisky, he's really not on anybody's radar as far as prospects are concerned, but he's had a very good year. In his first go-around at Double-A. 1-0 count. Shell to the stretch. Sent out the letter. Kicks, delivers. And it's high. 2 balls, no strikes on Stavisky. This with consecutive fastballs. Stavisky, a 6th-round pick in 2002 from Notre Dame. 4th-year pro. 311 career hitter coming into this year. He hit 316, pretty consistent. 2-0 pitch is hit in the air to left field, not deep. Espedo drifting to the foul line. Coming in now, and he's underneath it to get the catch for out number 1. Just as that pitch was delivered to Stavisky, very bright lightning bolt coursed through the sky towards downtown Midland. Now, we are on the outskirts of the city here in Midland, close to the airport. Right next to the major highway, the loop that they call it. And now, if you look right up above the ballpark, if you're standing on the field, look right up above your head. There's not a cloud up above you, but there's a giant cloud above the highway, which is only a few hundred feet from left field. Myers up to the plate. Myers got a first pitch fastball in the second. Turned on it. Turned it into a double. Shell, a long read of a sign from Napoli, now set. Myers very quiet at the plate. Shell will throw to first instead of a pitch, and diving back in is Stanley. 3-2 is the score. Midland in front of Arkansas. We're in the bottom of the third. RockHounds scored all 3 of their runs in the second inning. Travs put up their 2 runs in the third. Myers waits, holds the bat just above his right shoulder. Barely moves at all. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner as Shell throws a breaking ball, and it's 0-1 to Myers. You get a lot of batters with different looks at the plate, and Myers, I'd say more than anybody else in the Texas League, he's the closest you have to a statue. He does not move an ounce. He just stands frozen. Squats down, holds the bat very hard. Pitch on the way, and it's popped out of play over first base. Even with the wind blowing as hard as it is from right field, that one gets on top of the concession stand along the first base side of the field. 0-2 on Myers. Jeremy Brown is on deck. Myers been a backup catcher, part-time DH this year, .340 hitter. 8 for 17 in the playoffs. One of the reasons this RockHounds team is so good, they've got these guys that you don't count as prospects, but they've been so productive. Shell's 0-2 delivery is fouled off again. A breaking ball. Myers was trying to hold back. Brought the bat fairly close to the plate. It wouldn't have been called for going around, but the ball seemed to come right to the bat. And it was sharply grounded off the railing at the first base dugout. Still 0-2 on Casey Myers with one out. Steve Stanley, after the leadoff single, is still at first. Brown waiting and watching from in front of the on-deck circle. There's a throw to first again, sending Stanley back on his chest. He's safe. Brown taking his swings from, wouldn't call it the on-deck circle, about halfway between the on-deck circle and the plate. He could get hit by a foul ball. I mean, he is about 15 feet from where Myers is watching Shell read the signs. Now Shell brings the hands together. An 0-2 count, the kick, the pitch, and it's slowly grounded to Porter. Charging, he gloves it off the side, looks to second, runner's already there, throws to first, and gets out number 2. Stanley to second base on the ground out. Smart play by Porter. He did not have a force out at second on that very slow grounder. So 2 outs, Stanley at second base, and here's Jeremy Brown. Brown is counted as a prospect, former first-round pick out of Alabama. "25 years old and an RBI single in the second, an RBI single yesterday. Pitch on the way, and there's a strike with a curveball. 0-1 to the right-handed hitting Brown. Their Shell crossed up Myers and Brown. First pitch breaking balls instead of the fastballs they got in the second, and they each took that first pitch fastball and turned it into hits. Shell a glance at second, 2 glances at second. Here's the pitch. And a curve again, but that one stayed high, and it's 1-1 to Brown. Midland 3, Arkansas 2. We're in the bottom of the third. Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series. And we're getting brushed by a heavy rainstorm with a lot of lightning and thunder. No rain falling on the field yet. We might not get any rain. 1-1 count. Shell throws it. Brown takes it low, and a nice block by Napoli. Moving to his right, down to one knee. Scooped it out of the dirt, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Shell a long look for Napoli's signs. Reads the signs, accepts it. Here's a 2-1 to Brown. A swing and a foul ball back. Got a fastball. And he put a home run cut on that pitch. Did not hit it solidly. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brown does have some power. 20 home runs this season. 21 if you count the playoffs. Driven in 8 runs for the RockHounds in the playoffs. That leaves all Midland players. Has an RBI opportunity right here. Shell had a quick meeting with Napoli and Aybar from shortstop. They're back to their positions. It's 2-2 on Jeremy Brown. 2 outs. Shell reading the signs with the ball behind his back. Glove on his left knee. Now the righty set. From the stretch, here's a 2-2 to Brown. It is swung on and lifted in the air to deep left field. It has a chance to go. It is off of the fence. Stanley will score from second base. Brown into second, an RBI double. Just as lightning strikes again in the city of Midland, Brown strikes with an RBI double. 4-2 Midland. Brown fought there with Shell after fouling off a high fastball. He put a little bit of an easier swing on that pitch and hit it off the bottom of the chain link fence up against the Traveler bullpen in left field. The RockHounds have put up 4 runs on 4 hits against Shell. 2 hits in the second, 2 hits here in the third. Danny Putnam now steps in. He'll try to put Midland back ahead by 3. Here's a pitch, and it's low and inside, a curveball, 1-0. Putnam took a base on balls in the second inning, and now in this series already, Putnam's had 2 walks. He's been hit by 2 pitches. And grounded out twice yesterday. Left-handed batter. Brown, a rather large lead at second, no one holding. The 1-0 pitch is fouled off the foot of Putnam, and he stays at the plate with a 1-1 count. Shell has got through the first inning, no problem. He's had to face 12 hitters in the last 2 innings. 4 runs have scored. The 1-1 pitch, and there's a strike off speed. Putnam takes it, and that was up in the strike zone, but Putnam seemed to be a little bit fooled by the speed of the pitch. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Shell's had some trouble finishing batters off with 2 strikes. Both men that collected hits in this inning got those hits with a 2-2 count. It's 1-2 on Putnam. As Shell delivers to him, and he chops to first base. Played by Morales in back of the bag, walking it to first, unassisted, and the inning is over. But 1 run scored for the RockHounds on 2 hits, 1 runner left. 3 innings are in the books. Midland leads it 4-2. We'll go to the 4th after these words on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
Why do people statewide across the state of Arkansas like CSN? Here's Gary Coates, general manager and owner of affiliate KBJT in Fordyce.
Well, I like it because it's Arkansas oriented. You know, the things that that CSN carries are always, from within the state, and for the most part, and it's a real big help to our broadcast schedule.
CSN now in their 27th year.
The Arkansas Razorbacks are looking to make it back to the Bowls this year. Hi, this is Ron Calcagney. Join me for the 3rd year in a row right here on CSN for the Arkansas Razorback Sports Report every week during the football season. Every week we'll give the latest news on the Razorbacks from Fayetteville. A look at the big game each week and the game plan. A flashback from the past and interviews from the great hogs from the past and predictions of the big game. The Razorback Sports Report every Thursday at 5:30, Friday mornings at 8:30, Friday afternoons at 3:30, and Saturday mornings at 6:30. During the football season, right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Network.
Quite obvious in this game that if the Travs are going to win this one, they're going to have to outslug the Midland RockHounds. Because Midland has put up 4 runs in the first 3 innings on 4 hits with no errors committed. The Travs, meanwhile, scored 2 runs on 4 hits, 2 errors committed. And another difference here, the RockHounds have stranded 2. The Travelers have stranded 5. They had the bases loaded, left them loaded in the second inning. Had opportunities every inning, managed the 2 runs in the 3rd inning against Mike Nanini. Nanini back on the mound. It's Jason Espedo leading off the 4th, and a wave and a miss and a changeup for strike 1. Nanini hasn't had not much success with a fastball. His curve, his changeup, and the 2 pitches that have worked best. And the 0-1 is a curveball, and Espedo swings and misses. Again, strike 2. So it's 0-2 on Espedo. Through the first 3 innings, Nanini has struck out 1 batter. He got Espedo to ground out in the 2nd. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And he checks the swing and a pitch in the dirt. Brown doesn't appeal that. He was too busy blocking the pitch, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Following Espedo, who's sitting in the 8th spot of the batting order, is 9-hitter David Gates, then Erick Aybar. It's 1-2 on Espedo leading off the 4th. Nanini delivers the pitch, and Espedo takes ball 2, a high fastball to even the count. Last 2 leadoff batters have reached for the Travelers. Morales walked in the 2nd. Willits walked in the 3rd. Only Willits scored. Here's the 2-2. And it's swung on and lifted high in the air to deep left field. Stavisky ranging back to the warning track. Looks up at the fence. It is gone. And Jason Espino begins the fourth inning with a home run. An opposite field home run that got over the tallest fence in this ballpark, a good 20 feet of fence in the left field power alley. And Espino, with his first home run of the postseason, takes it 4-3. Ball was wind aided a little bit. I'll tell you what, though, Espino got that ball pretty hard. You got to hit it pretty high to get it over that left field fence. So it's 4-3. David Gates now into the plate. Here's a pitch. And it's a high fastball, and it's ball 1-0. So immediately, Espino answers after the RockHounds score a run on the bottom of the third. The first Traveler home run of this championship series. Here's the 1-0, and Gates takes another high fastball, and that one nowhere near the plate. It was closer to Gator's batting helmet, and it's 2 balls, no strikes. Time called by the Midland bullpen bench, and they're going to send the pitching coach out to the mound. Jim Kaufman walks out there, and it looks like the RockHounds have a pitcher warming up in the bullpen. The right-hander warming up is Sean Cohn, wearing number 41. And, remember, this was the inning that Nannini was pulled in Game 2 of the West Division playoff. And in that game, Von Hayes had a very quick hook. He was not going to let Nannini blow a 5-run lead. He had a 3-run lead today. It's been diminished to a 1-run Midland cushion. So Kaufman leaves the mound with Cohn warming up in the pen. Midland's bullpen is very strong. It is their strength when it comes to pitching. Regardless of how Shane Kamine did yesterday, Midland's pitching strength is the relief corps. Here's Gates stepping back up to the plate with a 2-0 count. Nobody out. It's 4-3 Midland in the fourth. Here's the pitch from Nannini. It is swung on and missed as Gates tried to tie the game with that big cut. Finished looking over the left field fence. 2 balls and a strike. It's okay to take that kind of a swing on 2-0. And, Gates takes that kind of swing on every pitch he swings at. Here's the 2-1 to Gates. And there's ball 3 on a curve, low and outside. It's 3-1. On deck is Erick Aybar, then Reggie Willits. Nobody out. A chance for the Travs perhaps to tie or take the lead. The pitch is popped up back this way. Brown with his helmet off watches that one hit the roof. Well, it didn't break glass, but it is 3 balls, 2 strikes on Gates. Lightning still striking the city of Midland. It appears that we have escaped the storms. Storms engulfing the city of Midland, but out here at the ballpark, no clouds at all. 3-2 pitch to Gates. A swing and a ground ball to third base. Moving to his right is Gomez. Fields it down the middle of his body and throws across the diamond for out number 1. Nice play by Gomez, who's known a little bit more for his glove than he is for his bat. Midland, this is a team that's known very well for their bat. They have 281, tied for the lead, along with the Travelers at 281. Midland scored the most runs, but what hasn't been talked about that much is the RockHounds committed the least amount of errors of any team in the league. Here's Erick Aybar, and he takes a pitch outside, ball 1. Aybar left the bases loaded in the second inning. With his 5th ground out of this series, he's 0 for 6. The 1-0 pitch, and he takes all the way a strike, and it's 1-1. RockHounds committed 127 errors on the season, 5 less than Frisco. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's ball 2, high and outside with a fastball. Cohn still warming up in the bullpen. Nannini walks off the mound towards second base. He does not look very comfortable. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It is swung on and slowly bounced along the first base line. Barton picks it up. Over to first is Nannini. He is in time for the out as Aybar just barely is called out at first base. Barton and Nannini crossed paths on their way to the ball, and Nannini went across Barton's face, and Barton just kind of flipped it about a foot and a half to Nannini, and he had to beat Aybar to the bag, which is no small feat. How well Aybar runs, but Erick Aybar having a very rough time to the plate in this series. 0 for 7, hasn't really hit the ball hard once. So 2 outs after the home run by Espino start the 4th inning. It's 4-3 Midland in the top of the 4th. Reggie Willits up to the plate. Willits lied out in the 1st. Walked in, scored in the 3rd. He'll step in from the left side, and Nannini goes from the windup. Here's a pitch. And inside, back to Willits off, ball one. Willits has a ton of room in the right field corner. Midland has right fielder Putnam guarding the gap in right center field, and that's where balls turn into triples very easy. 394 feet from home plate to the right field power alley. Pitch to Willits is high, ball 2-0. So Willits could get that ball to the gap in right center field. It's an easy triple, but they're not going to let him get that. They'd rather him get a double to the corner and right. Willits trying to get into scoring position to give Kendrick and Napoli a chance to tie the game. The pitch is ball 3 as it misses high, and it's 3-0. Willits walked on 4 pitches in the third inning. Nannini has walked 2 already on 4 pitches, 3 walks overall. Does not look sharp. Somehow he's in the lead. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Ball 4, second time that Willits takes a 4-pitch walk. And I think Von Hayes is making a change. He is making a change. For the second time this postseason, Mike Nannini, who was 8-1 with Midland in the regular season, is unable to get through the 4th. The RockHounds elect to go to the bullpen with 2 outs in the 4th inning, as Nannini goes 3 2/3. Quite obvious he was not very sharp today, but somehow Midland is still in the lead. Sean Cohn coming out of the bullpen. We will take a 60-second break for this pitching change on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
The Arkansas Razorbacks are looking to make it back to the Bowls this year. Hi, this is Ron Calcagney. Join me for the 3rd year in a row right here on CSN for the Arkansas Razorback Sports Report every week during the football season. Every week we'll give the latest news on the Razorbacks from Fayetteville, a look at the big game each week and the game plan, a flashback in the past, and interviews from the great hogs from the past and predictions of the big game. The Razorback Sports Report every Thursday at 5:30, Friday mornings at 8:30, Friday afternoons at 3:30, and Saturday mornings at 6:30. During the football season, right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Network.
K-O-H-N, 6'2", 200 pounds, from Snohomish, Washington, and the University of Washington. Submarining right-hander who pitched in 55 games during the regular season. Only one other pitcher appeared in more games in the Texas League, and that was the Trav right-hander Matt Wilhite. Cohn was 4-3 in the regular season with 8 saves and a .289 earned run average. Allowed only a .215 batting average against. Cohn inherits a runner at first. That's Reggie Willits. Willits took a 2-out walk. He's the second man on base in the 4th inning. Jason Espito led off with a home run. And then 2 groundouts by David Gates and Erick Aybar. Willits, who takes his second consecutive walk on 4 pitches, is over at first base with Cohn giving one more warm-up pitch. Trav fans, don't forget we are off tomorrow. Tomorrow is a travel day. And then back to action for Game 3 of the Championship Series. To be played at Ray Winder Field, 7:10 first pitch on Thursday night. Your tickets are $6 for general admission, all ages. $2 more for the box seats. Get your tickets at the Travelers box office at Ray Winder Field, or just dial us up at 664-1555. Game 3 of the Championship Series on Thursday, 4 and 5 if necessary, Friday and Saturday night. Midland leading 4-3. Willits, as he takes his lead, and Cohn throws over to first. Reggie's back in there. Lightning strikes again in the city of Midland. Kendrick is at the plate, 1 for 2. Cohn delivers a slider outside, and it's 1-0. Cohn doesn't possess an overpowering fastball, but very good command, and a herky-jerky delivery. He throws below sidearm, not quite underarm. Pitch on the way. Willits running, and it's fouled back by Kendrick. Pitch he could not quite get the barrel of the bat out, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Kendrick has hit the ball hard twice. After starting the playoffs 3 for 16, he singled in the first inning sharply up the middle, and then in the third, he seemed to be handcuffed on a pitch, but still hit a ball to the track in left field, where Brian Stavisky made the catch at the fence. There's a fire to first again. Willits back in. When Willits walked in the third inning, the Travs were trailing by 3. He did not attempt to steal. And now they're down by 1, and perhaps he might try. He saves. The 1-1 to Kendrick is fouled over the roof. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes with Cone again coming on the fist of Kendrick. Cone, a fifth-year pitcher, 22nd round selection, 2002. Former Washington Husky. Strong Midland reliever, a 2.89 ERA. Throw to first, not in time. Cone struck out 92 batters in 84 innings, just 64 hits. Guy that can give you 3 innings on occasion. And he dominated the Travelers the first 3 games he appeared against them as he visited on the mound by Brown. Cone threw 5 1/3 perfect innings against the Travs over his first 3 outings. And finally, the Travs got to him in his 4th appearance against Arkansas. Cone working from the stretch. Willits leaning from first. Kendrick waiting. Long pause and a throw to first sends Willits diving back. He's safe once again. Cone here may have to go a couple of innings with Nannini lasting just 3 2/3. Another disappointing start for him. The 1-2 to Kendrick. He was about to reach for a pitch. He let the slider go outside. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kendrick seemed to so badly want to swing at that pitch that as he checked his swing, his right foot came around and he almost stepped on the plate. It's 2-2. Cone brings it together. The kick, the pitch, Willits running. It is swung on, lifted in the air to shallow center field. Charging in is Stanley. That falls in for a hit, and Willits will hold it third. Stanley bobbles the ball. Here comes Willits to the plate. He will score, and we're tied. Kendrick into second base. Stanley drops that ball that fell in front of him a few feet. If he picked it up, Willits was going to hold it third. As he picked it up, he bobbled it. He dropped it. Willits scores, and we are tied. Kendrick will be credited with a single, no run batted in. They haven't yet put an error up on the scoreboard, but you've got to give Stanley an error for that play. And now they put it up. So the error brings home the Travelers' 4th and tying run with Kendrick at second base. A chance to take a lead with Mike Napoli up to the plate. And from the stretch is Cone. Napoli doubled his last time up. Here's a pitch. It's way outside, a slider, ball 1. So you can close the book on Nannini. 4 runs, but we're yet to decide whether or not all 4 are earned or not. It really doesn't matter. It's a 4-4 score. Here's the 1-0 to Napoli, and it's outside again, a sweeping breaking ball. It's 2-0. So the first error of this series by Midland costs them. Travs had made 3 errors that had all cost them so far. Big lead for Kendrick at second base. He runs to third. The pitch to Napoli is a strike. The throw to third is offline and a steal for Kendrick. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count on Napoli. And I'll tell you what, Cone seemed to be the right pitcher to run on. He throws so many breaking balls. The catcher might not get a good throw, and Brown threw it on the foul side of third base. It is 2-1 on Napoli with a go-ahead run at third. Infield is deep. Outfield straight away. A little deeper and left. Time called. Napoli has to back out. The league leader in runs batted in, 99 in the season, 6 in the postseason, including that RBI double in the third. Here's Cones, 2-1, and it is swung on and missed on a slider. It's 2-2. Cone gets a ton of break on his pitches. I mean, I'd say he gets at least a foot, maybe a little more. Here's a 2-2 count, the stretch, the kick. Napoli takes that same breaking ball low and outside, and the count now full. Kendrys Morales is on deck. Travs have come back from down 3-0 and 4-2 to tie the game in the 4th. They had the opportunity to get ahead in the second inning when they loaded the bases, but left them loaded. Cone ready, so is Napoli. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Napoli takes a sinking fastball that cut over the inside corner. Really great pitch by Cone. Ends the 4th inning. Travs tie it up with 2 runs. On 2 hits, there was 1 Midland error and 1 runner stranded. We got ourselves a ball game. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's the Travs 4 and Midland 4 on the CSN Travs Radio Network.
I never wanted a Coke so bad in my life. Like the time I went in a shop till you drop-a-thon with my girlfriend. So there I am pinballing from store to store across the vast expanse of this mega mall, forced to give my opinion on her clothing choices, which she promptly ignored. I think it was from all the, yeah, that looks great, honey, but I was parched. Only one thing was going to unparch me, a Coke. I would have cried, but I couldn't spare the fluid. So next time I go shopping, it'll be online. Coca-Cola. Make it real.
You know that more than 250 Arkansans are currently awaiting an organ transplant? And did you know that every 16 minutes, a new name is added to the organ transplant waiting list? You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 866-660-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.arora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope. Pig and Chick has always given you and your family the best choices in great food. Many of you are now watching those carbs, and although the Pig and Chick menu has always offered great low-carb items, there's now a special low-carb menu featuring items with the same great taste Pig and Chick is famous for. Of course, you'll still find those great Pig and Chick ribs, barbecue sandwiches, catfish, gourmet sandwiches, chicken, steaks, and more. Bring the whole family for a relaxing dinner. In a hurry, get it to go. Pig and Chick, 7824 Highway 107 in Sherwood. Open 10:30 a.m. till 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise.
Travs tied things up with 2 runs in the top of the 4th inning, so it's a brand new ball game. 4-4 as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning with Daric Barton leading off. Bill Elson joined by Texas League President Tom Kaiser here for the bottom of the 4th. Barton, left-handed batter, starts the inning, and Shell begins it with a ball down and inside 1-0. So, Tom, I know this is one of the highlights to the season every year, getting a chance to watch the championship series, always a high brand of baseball, very quality. We've seen, at least on my end, a much more exciting game than last night. Here's the 1-0 to Barton, and he hits a high fly straight away center field. Reggie Willits will wait for that one. A couple steps towards left, and he makes the catch, 1 away, and Barton 0 for 2.
You know, it's at this time of year, it's tough for me. I can't root for anybody, obviously. So what I hope for is, you know, a series of 5-game series where the ball game's decided in the late innings and everybody has an exciting time.
Certainly, and it's exciting to see the fans of Midland as jazzed up as they are about this, because I've never seen them quite like this. Here's Francis Gomez, who takes a pitch that just missed inside, 1-0. Gomez had that double error on Kendrick on the chopper to shortstop in the second. A run scored on the play. Shell winds. Here's Stevens 1-0. Gomez, it's a flare. Second baseman Kendrick ranging back in a short right to make the catch. Quickly 2 outs.
Well, I think if you had been without the playoffs for 10 years, you might be jazzed up too. I think that that was the unfortunate thing about 2001, that the championship series never did get back to Little Rock. Give the fans a chance there to show their enthusiasm.
Now, this is what I've been talking about. Is the last time that a championship series game was played at Raywinder Field was back when you were working for the Pirates. It was before I was in high school. It was 1989. Mark Kiger, the batter, fouls one straight back, and it's strike 1.
Actually, let the record reflect, I'd already been fired at Pittsburgh and Cincinnati by that time.
Oh, you had? Okay, I thought you were still with them by then.
No, I guess I was still with Cincinnati by that time. No, I was in Calgary.
I mean, this is a long time back. Here's the 0-1 to Kiger, and the fastball is low and in. It's 1-1. I remember the first year of the Angels, fans were so excited about it, those who at least said that they would watch Traveler Baseball without being a Cardinal affiliate. They were excited to see playoff baseball in Little Rock. And what then, I believe it was 13 years. Here's a 1-1 to Kiger, and that's inside. It's 2-1. But now they're actually going to get a chance to see championship baseball at Raywinder, hopefully for at least Thursday and Friday.
Well, and you know, it's if things break right, they'll have the chance to see a championship actually won on the field.
A 2-1 fastball for a strike, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, they'll see a championship, but it would be nice if it was a Travelers Championship for the fans there.
Yeah, one way or the other, there's going to be a celebration at Raywinder Field. There will be a dog pile. Last time there was a dog pile at Raywinder Field, it was people listening to the Bob Dylan Willie Nelson concert. The 2-2 pitch is chopped along first base. Nice scooped up by Morales. He takes it to the base unassisted. And Stephen Shell with a 1-2-3-4 at the perfect time. So we played 4 in Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series. Going into the 5th inning, it's the Midland RockHounds 4 and the Arkansas Travelers 4. This is the CSN Travelers Radio Network.
Sports fans across Arkansas remember Jim Elder as a walking baseball encyclopedia and a legendary sports figure who was named the state's top sportscaster 11 times. But Jim was about much more than sports. He loved people, and especially he loved kids. Jim passed away in 1998, but his memory lives on through the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund. Working closely with programs such as the First Tee Park and the Lamar Porterfield RBI program, the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund helps kids learn leadership, sportsmanship, and a strong work ethic through sports. To learn more about the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund, go to www.jimelder.org.
Nobody said quitting smoking was easy, but others have done it, and you can too, with help from the SOS Quit line, 1-866-NOW-QUIT. They'll give you the help you need to kick the tobacco habit. It's free, and it's free of nagging and preaching too. So call 1-866-NOW-QUIT and get the help you need. What have you got to lose, besides the most dangerous habit you've ever had? 1-866-NOW-QUIT. Call now.
Top of the 5th inning now at Midland Citibank Ballpark. Phil Elson with you alongside Texas League President Tom Kaiser. Good game right now. It's a 4-4 score. Midland took a 3-0 lead in the second. Travs answered with 2. Midland was back ahead by 2 runs with a run at the bottom of the third. Travs tied it with 2 in the fourth. So the Travs riding a string of 2 innings with 2 runs in each of them as Kendrys Morales leads off the 5th against Sean Cohn. Cohn, a right-hander working from the windup, delivers the pitch. And Morales swings, grounds right to the second baseman, Melillo. Picks it up, flips the first, and 1 pitch, 1 out. Morales still hitless over the series. Kendry is 0 for 6. Now the final line on Nanini is set. 3 earned runs out of the 4 total. 5 hits, 4 walks, 3 2/3 innings. Tommy Murphy now coming up to the plate. Tom, I know you're a big guy on research, and I think you're researching through my Texas League Media Guide right now. What do you got going on?
Well, it's I was trying to see how many times that the home team has won.
Murphy, first pitch, pops it up, left side of the infield, foul ground. Gomez over towards the Travs dugout, and stops on the grass, makes the catch, and on the second pitch of the inning, the second out of the inning, and Murphy is 1 for 3.
The team winning the championship, how many times it's been done at home? In the last 9 years, it's only been twice.
Now, I believe Round Rock in 2000 won the championship at their place, because I remember seeing a giant celebration in the Austin American State.
And San Antonio in 2002.
That was against Tulsa, right?
That was against Tulsa, is correct.
Was that the game where there was a no-hitter thrown by Tulsa?
Yeah.
And they lost it in extra innings.
10 innings, yeah. It happened at Tulsa.
That was Ben
Kowalski.
Kozlowski. Remember Ben Kozlowski, big left-hander, threw a no-hitter and still lost the game in 10 innings.
He hit walk 7, which was why San Antonio had scored. They tied the game 1-1 going into 10.
Greg Porter stands in, first pitch right down the middle, and he takes strike 1. Porter 1 for 2, singled in the second, grounded out in the third, leaving a runner on. 2 outs. Left-handed Porter takes a slider from Cohen outside. Tried to backdoor it. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. And you would think that the home team gets an advantage. But that isn't always necessarily the case. Here's the 1-1 to Porter. And it's inside, ball 2, 2-1. Travs won their championship in '89 at home. They trailed 3 games to none. Wichita won the first 3 games at their ballpark. And the Travs returned to Little Rock as Porter swings. High fly ball right field, not deep. Putnam waits and makes the catch. The Travs are done in the 5th inning, and they go down in order for the first time today. And so we're halfway through Game 2, going into the bottom of the 5th. It's still tied 4-4. Back after this on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
7:42 a.m. Sonic honors a breakfast hero.
Wow, this is a hearty breakfast burrito from Sonic.
Steak, egg, cheese, tots,
Onions, peppers in there?
I love that they put steak in it, too. Gotta love steak for breakfast.
I gotta hand it to Sonic.
Yeah.
I imagine at some point that was just lunch and dinner stuff. Someone must have been the first person to have ordered it as part of a breakfast
Oh,
meal.
absolutely, yeah.
I picture like a diner in like the 40s. Some guy walks in, hey, why don't you start grilling me up a steak? And I know what time of day it is.
Everybody's quiet as he takes the first bite of breakfast steak ever in the history of mankind.
Nice. Real nice.
From the other side of the restaurant, one brave soul is like, I'd also like steak for breakfast.
Get that man a steak for breakfast.
Steak, egg, and cheese burrito. New at Sonic. Thin sliced steak, eggs, diced onions and peppers, tater tots, and melted cheese. All wrapped in a big flour tortilla. It's not just good, it's Sonic good. Sonic now accepts all major credit cards.
Up today and hit the links. Stone Lakes. Stone Lakes Golf Course is rated as one of the best public courses in the state. Sporting beautiful bent grass greens, plus lush fairways and tees. Stone Lakes has matured over the past 3 years into a true test of golf. Stone Lakes features reasonable green speeds and 18 lake-style holes located 1 mile off I-440 on Faulkner Lake Road. Call 945-0945 for Stone Lakes or visit online at stonelakes.net.
Shell retakes the mound for the bottom of the 5th inning. Each team their last time to the plate, 3 up, 3 down. Shell set him down in order in the 4th. He has retired 4 straight. Leading off for the RockHounds is Kevin Melillo. 4-4 score, and Melillo goes after the first pitch, pops it up towards the Arkansas dugout. Porter leans over the railing, but that's well over the railing and onto the roof, and it's strike 1. Travelers, 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors. And the Midland RockHounds, 4 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. Top of the Midland order here. Melillo is 0 for 2, left-handed batter. Grounded out twice. The 0-1 from Shell is high and outside, and it's 1-1. Following Melillo is Steve Stanley and Brian Stavisky. Napoli out to the mound for a chat with Shell. Who through 4 innings, there's allowed 4 runs. 3 of those runs earned. Of the 4 base hits, 2 are singles, 2 are doubles. He's walked the batter, and still no strikeouts for Steven, which I think is very surprising. Not that he hasn't had the chance. He's been at 2 strikes on quite a few hitters. It's 1-1 to Melillo with Napoli back behind the dish. Here's the pitch, and it's fouled straight back as Melillo got a nice big swing on it. Does not make solid contact, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. They've announced the attendance tonight. It's 3,810 at Citibank Ballpark. Morales backs up at first as the pitch comes, and it's fouled off Napoli. And may have actually hit Delphine Cologne's face mask. Delphine's the biggest umpire in the league. He can take a shot off the mask. Delphine, I think he's 6'5". 1 ball, 2 strikes to Melillo, with Shell trying to get his first strikeout of the night. Shell hands over the head. Here's the 1-2 to Melillo, and the curve is in the dirt, and he lays off. It's 2-2. Just been informed by Texas League President Tom Kaiser. Chris Tiller, the third base umpire, he's 6'5". Or he's the second base umpire, pardon me. Where is he? Point. You got the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Third base umpire. I thought I said third base originally.
You did, and I was looking in the wrong place.
That's why you got the microphone. Here's the 2-2 to Melillo, and he smacks it down the first base line. A fair ball. Chasing it to the corner is Murphy. Melillo turns the corner, heads to the second. Here comes the throw, and it's not in time. Stand up double for Melillo. And the RockHounds have their 3rd double of the game, and of those 3 doubles, 2 have begun an inning. Not fair by that much, but it was fair. Morales not guarding the line, had no chance for that ball. And double for Melillo. It's his 3rd hit of this series. He's now 1 for 3 today. 5th hit for the RockHounds. And Steve Stanley up to the plate with Midland trying to retake the lead in the 5th against Shell. Steven had sent down 4 in a row until that double. And now he asks for Napoli to come out towards the pitcher's mound, and they will chat for a moment.
Tell you one thing about the playoffs that is impressive. Certainly when you get the two teams of this caliber together are the number of really high-quality prospects that you're seeing for an extended period of time. Melillo is one of Oakland's top young prospects. Putnam, who has played in the playoffs only, got called up at the end of the season.
Pitch to Stanley as he squares around. Called strike with a fastball over the high outside corner.
Former first-round pick, Barton, who is highly regarded. They got in the Mulder trade. Of course, on Arkansas side, Morales and Kendrick and Aybar and Napoli, among others.
A lot of prospects on either side. People have talked about that the Travs have more prospects. As Shell checks second with the 0-1 to Stanley, and he swings and fouls it back, and it's 0-2. But you don't win a series based upon who the scouts think is going to have the biggest impact at the major league level. And it's all about what you do on the field today, but you're absolutely right about that.
I mean, arguably, we could be in this series seeing, 10 or 12 future major leaguers between pitching and regular players.
Shell could use his first strikeout. 0-2 to Stanley is fouled off again. Stanley singled into center in the third inning on a two-strike count. He grounded out in the first on a two-strike count. He likes to work that count. Stanley's an interesting player. He's not counted as a prospect. He's a guy that if he's ever going to make it to the major league, it'll be against the odds. But he's a scrappy player, and just by watching the way he plays the game, you get the feeling that he may scrap his way up to Oakland or some other team at some point. Shell leaning in. Stanley, a small left-handed batter with a very good idea of the strike zone. Higgs in, Shell ready, 0-2. Pitch on the way, and it's grounded to second base. Stanley does his job by moving the runner up. Kendrick will field it and throw to first, and that's out number 1. Little things like that. Stanley's very good with 2 strikes, shows it again, and even pulls that ground ball where he wanted to put it. The RockHounds have an opportunity to take the lead with a 3-hitter Stavisky coming up. Runner at third. The infield will play for the out at home. Briscoe last year won the championship. They have plenty of prospects on that roster. Jason Fox, first on my list. Stretch by Shell, working to the left-hander Stavisky. Here's the pitch, and it's fouled back into the luxury suites off to our left, and strike 1. Stavisky is 0 for 2. Lined out to third in the first. Lined out to left in the third. Outfield straight away for Stavisky. Shell trying to keep the ball on the ground, get a pop-up or a strikeout. It's 0-1 from the stretch. Shell kicks. Here's the pitch. And it's fly down the left field line. It is foul and out of play. So Shell gets ahead 0-2. This is the 12th batter that Shell has been to 2 strikes on. Still no strikeouts. Shell, who led the team during the regular season. Strikeouts with 126. The 0-2 pitch is high, a fastball, and it's 1-2. Shell finished third in the league in strikeouts. Jason Hirsch blew everybody away at 165 strikeouts, the pitcher of the year of Corpus Christi. And Shell's going to get a strikeout. Now's the time. The 1-2 to Stavisky. And it's lined to first, caught by Morales. Holding it third is Melillo.
Boy, that ball was scorched.
He got all of it, and then some. If Morales doesn't catch that ball, not only does Melillo score, but Stavisky would have had an extra base hit. So that's the second time that Stavisky has lined out to a corner infielder. Morales had to take 1 step to the line, reach up with the glove, and bring it in. No chance to double Melillo at third. He held at third base. Very smart base runner. So 2 outs, and Shell can keep it tied if he retires Casey Myers. Oh, Myers is the toughest batter in this Midland lineup. Over the playoffs, he is 8 for 18. 1 for 2 today. Shell delivers to the right-hander. And a strike with a fastball over the inside corner, just above the knee. 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, and it looks like the threat of rain has passed us. We don't see any more lightning. It was a giant storm, but it is the skirt of the ballpark and left. Here's an 0-1 to Casey Myers, and he takes strike two, a fastball over the outside corner. So Shell goes inside-outside and gets ahead 0-2. If he strands Melillo at third, game remains tied going into the sixth inning. 4-4 score. Big pitch coming up here. Melillo creeps down the line. The stretch, the pitch, and it's chopped along third. Porter is going to have the plate in foul territory. He trying to scoop it up just next to Von Hayes, and it's still 0-2. Melillo, a little shifty down that third base line, trying to see if he could get Shell to balk. Steven didn't balk at all this year. Steven waiting for Myers to make that long walk back to the plate. His bat just standing there at home, pointing straight up towards the sky. I don't know who left it there for him. Takes that bat, stands back into the plate, straightaway stance. Very quiet there. Shell ready. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Foul ball again. A high fastball, and Myers pops it over the first base roof.
You know, that's how baseball's changed. It may have been Mike Napoli who just put the ball or bat straight up and down. In the old days, the opposing team would never have touched another guy's equipment. As a matter of fact, they might have spiked it, they might have spit on it, they might have thrown it, and they might have thrown it as far away as they could. They'd have made the batter pick the bat up by bending over.
Shell's 0-2 pitch again, and a check swing foul ball. He went to the curveball. Myers was able to hold back, but the ball came right to the bat, and it hit the tip of it and rolled between the umpire and the catcher's legs, and it's still 0-2. Next pitch will be the sixth. First two are fastballs on the inside and outside corners, and 3 consecutive foul balls. Shell trying to hold the score at 4-4 in the fifth inning. Melillo led off with a double. He's at third base. 2 outs. And another 0-2 pitch comes. Inside, he hit him. He brushed his belt with the fastball, and Myers takes first base. Tom Gamboa comes up out of the Traveler dugout, and he brings Colon, the plate umpire, to talk about this. They've had some history this year. And Colon shouting into the Arkansas dugout, and it appears that pitching coach Keith Comstock has drawn Colon's ire. Gamboa leaves the conversation and finished that conversation cordially. Got the explanation he was looking for. I mean, from up here it looked like if Myers was hit, it maybe just brushed his uniform. That little slouching part of the uniform that hangs out above the belt. 2 RockHound batters were hit on their uniform yesterday out of the 4 Midland batters that were hit in last night's game. And boy, what a little bit of luck there for the RockHounds. Shell trying to bust Myers inside and back him off the plate. He was going to waste that pitch. Just maybe a millimeter too far inside. Runners at the corners. Jeremy Brown, the batter. This is not the guy you want on the plate now. He's 2 for 2. Double and a single. First pitch, popped it up at the plate. Napoli into foul territory, charging to the backstop. Does he have enough room? He does not. It is 3 rows into the stand. And a foul ball makes the count 0-1.
Ballpark here helped prevent that ball from staying in play because of the prevailing winds, which are right now coming right out of right field, blowing straight toward the plate.
And a lot of time you think about if the winds are going to affect home run balls, but more often than not they affect pop-ups, especially ones right behind the plate. So it's 0-1 on Brown. Runners at the corners. A 4-4 score. Shell kicks, throws it, and it's lined up the middle into center field. Jeremy Brown, third hit of the game, has given the RockHounds a 5-4 lead. Brown is 3 for 3 with 3 runs batted in. If there was any one man you do not want at the plate in that situation, Brown is the guy.
You know, here's a guy that's probably been unfairly criticized since he got into baseball because of his notoriety in Moneyball. And, you know, organizations saying, how could they draft a guy like Jeremy Brown who wasn't on anybody's list? and yet if you watch him day in and day out, he's really a very clutch ball player.
Danny Putnam, the batter, left-hander, and he takes high, ball one. And without question, if you're just looking at Brown's numbers over the playoffs, now has 11 base hits, 10 runs batted in, and Midland in the playoffs, this is their 7th game. He's averaging over an RBI per game. Timeout called. Out to the mound goes pitching coach Keith Comstock. Shell was 1 strike away from getting out of this 5th inning. He was ahead on Myers 0-2. Myers fouled off 3 pitches, and then he was brushed by the fastball on his uniform. And here goes Delphine Colon out to the mound to break up the meeting. Comstock leaves the mound with a pat on Shell's backside. He surveys his situation. At second base is Myers. At first is Brown. Five to 4 Midland at the bottom of the 5th. Putnam is walking, grounded out. Shell checks the runners. Here's the 1-0, and it's high again, 2-0. There's no action in the Arkansas bullpen at the moment, though it looks like the guys are starting to stir out there. To the stretch goes Shell. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner with a fastball, 2-1. Warming up in the Traveler bullpen is right-hander Matt Wilhite. First reliever warming up today, and he's warming up with some urgency. Shell needs the out to get through the 5th inning. The pitch, ball 3, high and outside. Boy, if Stephen can't finish this 5th inning, you can just look to that 0-2 pitch to Myers. Shell having so much trouble with 2 strikes today. The 3-1 on the way, and a swing and a miss. Putnam a very late cut at that fastball, and the count goes full. 3-2, so the runners get a head start. Myers from second, Brown from first. Just in case, the on-deck batter is Daric Barton. Travs had tied the game in the 4th inning. Midland retakes the lead in the 5th. Shell trying to keep the Travs in this one. The 3-2 is hit in the air to left field. Pretty well, pretty deep. Espedo towards the corner. It is off of the fence. 2 runs are going to score. There goes Putnam on his way to third. Here comes the throw. It is not in time. It's a 2-run triple for Danny Putnam. It looked like Espedo had some trouble with the ball off the fence. It hit off the base of the fence. It almost got out of the ballpark. Espedo bobbled it once he picked it up off the fence. 2-run score on the double. Putnam credited with a double, and the 3rd Traveler error of the game puts him at third base.
The second time that Espedo's had trouble with a ball that's hit off near that wall. I think if I remember correctly, he slipped and fell earlier in the game.
The 3 runs are into the 5th inning. Daric Barton now the batter. He's going to try to bring in the 4th. Shell stays in the game. And a pitch on the way, and it's low, ball 1. Shell would be out of the game if it wasn't Barton at the plate. Traveler manager Tom Gamboa is very reluctant to bring in Matt Wilhite against left-handed batters. And right now, Shell having some real trouble. The 1-0 pitch is popped out of play, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. 3 runs have scored here in the 5th inning in Midland. Had a 3-0 lead in the 2nd. Saw the Travs tied up in the 4th. Midland back to a 3-run lead. It all hinges on an 0-2 pitch, which hit Casey Myers with 2 outs. Shell steps off the rubber. So for the 2nd game in a row, a Traveler pitcher who's been on this team since opening day, unable to give quality innings. Davidson goes a 1/3 of an inning yesterday. Shell may not make it through the 5th. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Barton, and it's high and inside. It's 2-1. Infield is back. Barton 0 for 2. The 2-1 pitch is low, and it's 3-1. Traveler body language right now is Well, those bodies are hanging. Here's a 3-1 to Barton, and he fouls it in the air over third base. Out of play. Now it's full.
Really no reason for them to have their, chins on their chest. There's half the game left. And the way this game is going, it's not going to end up as a 7-4 ball game.
You have to sense it won't. Time called. Napoli out to the mound. The inning started with a double by Kevin Melillo. And after 2 outs, Shell was ahead of Casey Myers with 2 quick strikes. Myers stayed alive with 3 foul balls. Jersey brushed by a pitch. Next thing you know, 3-run score on consecutive hits by Brown and Putnam. With an error thrown in just for good measure, it seems. Shell back to the stretch. Here's the 3-2. Barton takes ball 4. And a runner at first and a runner at third. That's it for Shell. Neither starting pitcher was strong today, as Mike Nannini goes 3 2/3 innings. Stephen Shell today lasts 4 2/3. One way or the other, this is the last game that Stephen Shell pitches in the 2005 season. It's definitely not the way he wanted to end his season, which was a pretty strong year. So Midland 7, Arkansas 4. Matt Wilhite will enter the game, and we'll be back for the remainder of the 5th inning after this 60-second break on the CSN Radio Network.
Saturday afternoon, juniors play free with adults at the Burns Park Golf Course in North Little Rock. After 2 p.m. each Saturday, each adult that pays a greens fee, a junior golfer 17 and under gets to play 18 holes free at no charge. The Burns Park Golf Course is Arkansas's largest city park with a 36-hole golf course with a driving range. The Burns Park Golf Course has one of Arkansas's largest professional staffs with 5 PGA professionals to help you with your golfing needs, lessons, and tournaments. For information, call 758-5800. Come see us today at the Burns Park Golf Course in North Little Rock, exit 150 off I-40 south of the interstate.
Matt Wilhite brought into the 5th inning with 7 batters already coming to the plate. Francis Gomez is about to be the 8th. A rough start for Stephen Shell here in Midland. 7 hits, 2 walks, a hit batter. So far 7 runs, of which 6 are earned at the moment. And Shell does not strike out a batter, though he had about 15 chances with 2 strikes. The inning started with a 4-4 score. Midland has taken a 7-4 lead, and they're a base hit away from taking their largest lead of the game. Francis Gomez comes up to the plate. Gomez is 0 for 2. He's grounded to short for fielder's choice and hit it pop up to second. Right-handed batter against the righty, Wilhite. Matt works from the stretch. Submarines, and it's bunted, but foul. Gomez a surprise bunt. Trying to bring in Putnam for third base. Unable to get it down, however. The count is 0-1. So each team is into the bullpen now, and while the Travelers bullpen has been pretty solid over the last couple of weeks, Midland's bullpen has been solid all season. Wilhite, ready, steps to third, throws to first, and he does not pick off Barton. Barton dives back in just ahead of the throw. Not a single pitcher in this league is better at that move than Matt Wilhite. The throw to first base just a hair late. Wilhite, who worked in a league-high 56 games, 1-2, 2 saves, and a 4.07 ERA. Mid-season All-Star. And his goal here is to keep the runners stranded on the bases. Putnam at third, Barton at first. It's 0-1 on Gomez, and the stretch comes. Here's the pitch to him. He swings, hits it into left field, a line drive right to Jason Espedo, and he gloves it for the final out of the 5th. 3 Midland runs score, however, on 3 hits, 1 Traveler error, 2 runners left, and 1 pitcher knocked out of the game. After 5 innings in Midland, it's the RockHounds 7 and the Travelers 4. Back for the sixth after this on CSN from Settle Office Products.
When it comes to a full line of office products, the name is Settle Office Products, 4412 MacArthur Drive in North Little Rock. They've been in business on MacArthur Drive for 23 years. They give free delivery anywhere in Central Arkansas. They have office furniture, office supplies, scratch and dent furniture, and they're family owned and operated. Give them a call today at 758-1050 or see them on the website at www.settleofficepro.com.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used. Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
Vail Honda, 13101 Chenal Parkway, Little Rock.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on live broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your homepage for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at csnsports.com. That's csnsports.com with live coverage worldwide on the internet. csnsports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
Midland back out to a 3-run lead. It's the RockHounds 7, the Arkansas Travelers 4. 5 innings are in the books, and we go to the 6th inning. Travs have Jason Espedo leading off against Sean Cohn. The bullpen, the RockHounds right now have the Travs really where they want them. Trailing by 3 once again. Travs had to muster a comeback in the 3rd and 4th innings. Now they're going to come back again against a strong bullpen. Cohn working in his 3rd inning. Looks like the RockHounds may have somebody warming up in the bullpen for the moment. We'll check that. Doesn't look like it as Espedo pops the first pitch out of play. Strike 1. Espedo homered when he led off the 4th inning. Grounded out of the 2nd. He's 1 for 2. Right now there is no Midland pitcher warming up. 0-1 to Jason, and Cohn's backdoor slider, and the backdoor is open for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes on Espedo. He'll be followed by Gates and Erick Aybar. The pitch is fouled back, and it's still 0-2. There is action in the Traveler bullpen. Aaron Pullen getting loose, the Midland native. 0-2 pitch to Jason is outside. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Travs put up 6 base hits in the first 4 innings, but Cohn has set down 4 in a row. The right-hander's 1-2, and there's strike 3 called on the outside corner. Another backdoor slider, and man, that was a beautiful pitch. Nothing Espedo could have done with that one except for maybe foul it off. So Cohn, after allowing a base hit to the first man he faced, Howie Kendrick, in the 4th inning, now set down 5 straight. He's controlling these Traveler bats. Gates stands in, right-hander, walked in the 2nd, grounded out of the 4th. And here's Cohn's pitch. It's fouled back as Gates was waiting for the slider. He got it. Did not hit it solid and fouls it straight back. 0-1 on Gates. Aybar on deck. 7-4 Midland. Cohn now the pitcher of record. Submariner delivers 0-1, and Gates fouls that one out of play, over the plate, over the roof. And once again, Cohn quickly ahead, no balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2. Check swing, they'll appeal. No swing. High slider, and ball 1. We just hope that the Travs didn't give it all they have in the 3rd and 4th innings. Yesterday they had their last gasp in the 6th with the bases loaded, trailing by 5. They left them loaded, never get a man on base in the last 3 innings. Here's a 1-2, and Gates swings a high fly ball to right field, punting him back for it in front of the warning track, and he makes the catch. 2 outs in the 6th inning, and Erick Aybar now coming up. Aybar's 0 for 3 today, 0 for 7 in the series. Hasn't hit the ball hard at all. Here's a pitch to him, and it's inside, ball 1. Aybar, as you mentioned, Tom, I mean, he's one of the guys at the top of the list when it comes to prospects, but he's not performing in this series. Here's the 1-0, and it's fouled back. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, it's a funny thing how that'll happen. I think it was the 52 World Series when all of Brooklyn were going to church and praying for Gil Hodges, who couldn't get a hit.
A 1-1 is fouled back, and it's 1-2.
I think he finished the World Series that year. One of those years, something like 0 for 17.
With like 15 strikeouts or
Yeah,
something.
it was just awful.
Well, Aybar hasn't struck out yet. He's just hit a lot of very weak, slow ground balls. Cone delivers 1-2, and it's a little fister over the shortstop, but caught by Kiger. Inning over. Cone has sent down the last 7 Traveler hitters in order. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Midland 7, Arkansas 4. Game 2 of the championship series on the CSN Travs Radio Network.
Only Gwatney Chevrolet in Jacksonville offers a 3,000-mile warranty on every used vehicle. Only Gwatney Chevrolet puts a brand new set of tires on every used vehicle. Only Gwatney Chevrolet puts a bedliner in every used truck. Only Gwatney Chevrolet offers a certificate of assurance that every used vehicle is good enough for a mom to drive. Only at Gwatney Chevrolet will you get the new car smell without the new car price. Gwatney Chevrolet in Jacksonville is the only place to shop for new and used.
An accident involving a large truck can cause a lot of damage. If you're injured, you need a law firm that knows what they're doing. And while facts differ and results vary, we've got a verdict as large as $12.5 million in a single tractor-trailer case. Put this experience on your side. Call us at Gary Eubanks & Associates. We'll win your case, or you don't owe us a dime.
Services is the linen and apparel company to get your team into a professional uniform program. AmeriPride features a wide range of high-quality custom programs for the manufacturing industry, hospitality and food service, medical or dental uniforms, and professional and executive wear. Call 664-5575 to schedule a presentation with an AmeriPride consultant. Also specializing in the finest quality table linens, rental mats, and restroom services. Call 664-5575 for AmeriPride, the official garment supplier of the Arkansas Travelers.
Midland RockHounds 7, Arkansas Travelers 4, bottom of the 6th inning. Midland trying to take a 2-0 series lead in this best of 5 championship series. Matt Wilhite back on the mound for his 2nd inning of work, and a first pitch called strike to Kiger. Righty versus righty in the count 0-1. Kiger 0 for 2, 0 for 7 in the series. Wilhite's slider is swung on and missed, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Following Kiger is Kevin Melillo and then Steve Stanley. Wilhite's only going to face Kiger. He will not be facing the next 2 hitters. Tom Gamboa is already halfway on the stairwell in the dugout. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3. As the ball goes around the infield to celebrate the strikeout, Gamboa walks off of the staircase. Expecting to see him come out of the staircase any moment. And it looks like he may leave Wilhite on to face Melillo. And this would be going against what Gamboa has done most of the year. He usually does not like to have Wilhite face lefties. Well, the bullpen having to work so hard this series, he's going to keep him in. Pitch to Melillo is inside, ball 1. The thought process behind that is that with Wilhite throwing a submarine motion, and he throws a lot of sliders, those pitches come right into the left-hander power zone. Here's a 1-0 pitch, and Melillo takes a strike, a slider. Melillo doubled to start the 5th inning, which at this moment is the go-ahead rally. Pitch, and he looks to bunt, but Melillo takes ball 2 outside. Another slider. Lefties hit .308 on the season against Wilhite. And Melillo and the current on-deck batter, Stanley, lefties, and then even the number 3 batter, Stavisky, left-handed. There's ball 3 inside, 3-1 from Wilhite to Melillo. It's been in the difference so far today. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, 1 hit batter, which came on 2 outs and 2 strikes. Led directly to that 3-run rally. Midland 7, Arkansas 4. To the stretch goes Wilhite. Now the 3-1. And there's a strike, a slider at the knees. And it's 3-2. Pullen continues to warm up in the bullpen. We'll be seeing Aaron sometime either here in the 6th, certainly in the 7th. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Melillo, and he swings, grounds to second base. Kendrick will scoop it up with one hand, the throw over to first, and there's 2 outs. We'll finish Stephen Shell's line here, and it isn't pretty. 7 runs, 6 of them earned, 7 hits, 4 2/3 innings. Sooner or later, I mean, you cannot win ball games when you do not get 5 innings out of your starting pitcher. Somehow Midland is in the lead. They got only 3 2/3 innings out of their starting pitcher today. Stanley up to the plate, 1 for 3. Another lefty versus righty, and Wilhite goes with a slider, of course, for strike 1. Stanley has grounded out twice. His single came in the 3rd, right up the middle. And he would score on a double by Jeremy Brown. Here's the 0-1, and there's a ball outside. Back door not open on that pitch. It's 1-1. Brown at the moment, he's the player of the game. 3 for 3. 3 runs batted in, including the go-ahead hit in the 5th inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Stanley jumps away from the plate, and that's inside. It's 2-1. On the way. Stanley looks, ball 3, just off the outside corner, and it's 3-1. Gamboa milling around the dugout with that consistent look that he has with the arms folded. The 3-1 pitch to Stanley, and he swings and lines it over first. It's a fair ball. It's all the way to the corner where Tommy Murphy tracks it down. Stanley is into second base, and he stops with a stand-up double. It's his 2nd hit. Midland collects their 8th base hit, and Brian Stavisky will have a chance to give Midland their largest lead of the game. So Stavisky will come up. We'll see if Gamboa leaves Wilhite in here to face another left-handed batter. Pullen's ready to go. He's just standing on top of the mound of the bullpen. Gamboa reading a stat sheet, signals to his infielders, and he's going to keep Wilhite on. He's only on here to walk Stavisky. It's going to be an intentional pass. So they'd rather pitch to Casey Myers instead. Here's a 2nd pitch outside. Wilhite not submarining with his intentional balls. He's just going over the top with fastball. There's ball 3. They'll set up Myers with 2 on and 2 out. Midland 7, Arkansas 4 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Midland can certainly smell that 2-0 lead. Here comes Myers. Myers today doubled in the 2nd to key a 3-run rally. He grounded out in the 3rd and was hit by a pitch in the 5th inning by Stephen Shell when the count was 0-2. Crowd getting loud here at Citibank Park as Wilhite delivers, and there's a high strike call on the inside corner. 0-1 on Myers. Wilhite to the stretch. No one holding the runners. The 0-1 pitch is flied high, shallow, right field to the foul line. Murphy over in fair territory makes the catch, then crosses foul, and the inning is over. So Will Height gets out of the 6th inning. 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 stranded. We go into the 7th. It's 7-4 Midland on the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
Faucets leaking, termites feasting, fishing, tackle, paints and spackle, tubs, jacuzzis, tapes and movies, everything from A to Z. Tile and lumber, tons of plumbers, elevators, coffee makers, radiators, party favors. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers walk into the book, not the other book. Fences, gates, inline skates, artists, posers, florists, grocers, water coolers, bakers, jewelers, everything from A to Z. Duct tape, landscape, sit-down mowers, dentists, salty uppers, lowers, wholesale, retail, Bombay, white whale. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers walk into the book. Let your fingers walk into the book, not the other book.
To place your ad at people's fingertips, call 1-800-YB-YELLOW. Yellow Book, not the other book.
Play with National Car Rental. Take a one-time trip and discover Arkansas. National Trade Weekend Special is just what you need for a trip to the Ozarks. Or get your friends together and rent a minivan to historic Eureka Springs. National offers a wide choice of sizes and styles, from luxury cars to vans and sport utility vehicles. Unlimited mileage rates are available. National Car Rental has 2 convenient locations, Little Rock Airport and North Little Rock at 3919 Park Avenue. See National Car Rental's ad in the Yellow Pages. Go your own way with National Car Rental.
Six innings are complete in Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series. Midland RockHounds 7, Arkansas Travelers 4. Here are the totals. For the Arkansas Travelers, it's 4 runs on 6 hits and 3 errors. Travs have stranded 6 today. Midland, 7 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. The RockHounds have stranded 6 as well. Travs haven't had a man reach base since the 4th inning when Howie Kendrick collected a game-tying bloop single to center field. Kendrick is on deck as Reggie Willits starts the 7th. Sean Cohn pitching in his 4th inning. Cohn has retired the last 7 hitters. Willits been on base twice, 2 walks and a fly to center field. Cohn delivers low with the first pitch missing, ball 1. Willits, Kendrick, and Napoli in the 7th. Remember, the Travs did not get a man on base in the last 3 innings yesterday. The offense has been slowed down by Cohn's strong work. Here's the pitch. Fly ball towards left center field, falling and in for a base hit. Stavisky plays it on a bounce and a leadoff single for Reggie Willits. Snaps the string for Cohn at 7 in a row.
Now, how does Tom Gamboa play a situation like this? You're down by 3 runs. Do you hit and run? Do you have a straight steal? What's the strategy in a situation like this?
Well, you look at who's coming up here in Kendrick, Napoli, and Morales. All 3 have power. You don't want to run yourself out of an opportunity. I think the idea is to get Kendrick on base, try to swing for the fences perhaps, or a couple of back-to-back extra base hits. There's a backdoor slider to Kendrick, strike 1. That's not a backdoor, but a good slider over the outside corner. Kendrick swinging the bat pretty well today, 2 for 3. Fly ball out to the track as well. Fire to first. Willits is back. It's amazing to think the Travs led the Texas League in steals this year. They haven't stolen a base in the championship series until Kendrick stole 3rd in the 4th. Here's a pitch low and inside. And it's 1-1. But Kendrick has the only steal. Aybar hasn't been on base yet. Willits, he's had the opportunity perhaps to steal bases, but hasn't tried. And it's a good question here. I mean, do you go to your strength with Willits running? And there he goes. The pitch is lined into right field. It's a hit and run. Base hit. And Willits turns the corner at second on his way to 3rd. Runners at the corners and nobody out for the meat of the order.
That couldn't have been any more classically done. Willits took off, got a great lead, and then Kendrick just lined the ball right over where the second baseman would have been standing had Willits not been underway.
So the Travs trying to make some noise in the 7th inning, trailing by 3, 7-4. And Mike Napoli coming up, Kendrys Morales after him. Morales has been silent in this series, 0 for 6. Napoli is 2 for 7. Had an RBI double in the third. 1 for 3 today with 2 strikeouts. Play for a double play, the infield does. Here's a slider from Cohn, and it's outside, ball 1.
They've been feeding Morales a steady diet of those pitches all game long, breaking balls away.
Right-hander Nick Mattioni warming up in the Midland bullpen. Runners out to the leads. Willits from third, Kendrick at first, and Cohn steps off. Remember, Cohn has that funky sidearm submarine delivery. Takes a lot of time to get it to the plate. Steps to third, looks at first, the runners hold. Tom Gamboa didn't waste any time in calling for the hit and run. See if he puts Kendrick in motion. Here's the pitch. The 1-0 is hit foul along third base. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Had Reggie Willits skipping rope as the ball came right through the line.
The Travs are going to tie this game. It seems like this would be the inning to do it. They've got the right batters up to the plate in RBI spot. The 1-1 grounded to shortstop, picked up by Kiger, flips to second, 1. The relay to first is a double play. Willits scores from third, so at least the Travs get a run, but that's the one thing you do not want. The 6-4-3 double play. No RBI for Napoli, 2 outs and the base is empty for Morales. Now a 7-5 Midland lead. Napoli hit it hard, but he hit it right to Kiger. Perfect tailor-made double play ball. First double play of this game. So Morales stands in. A home run would only make it a 1-run game. First pitch is fouled over the roof, and it's strike 1. Well, Morales has walked today, grounded out twice. Murphy after him if Kendry reaches. 7-5 Midland. Cohn steps back and delivers. The 0-1 is a slow slider, and it just missed the outside corner. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. We may see Mattioni for the 8th inning. And then Alex Santos, the Midland closer for the 9th. The 1-1 to Kendry is popped up. Left side, out of play.
Maybe we see Mattioni before then. Just saw Midland pitching coach Jim Kaufman signaling with his hat down to the bullpen, getting their attention, and Mattioni may be ready if Morales reaches base.
Murphy on deck. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Kendry. Swinging a high drive to deep right field. Going back, Putnam at the warning track, at the wall. It is off of the fence. In front of Putnam now. It's picked up by Stanley, the center fielder. Morales trying for a triple, and he beats the throw to third base. A triple for Morales into the giant power alley in right center field. So the tying run does come to the plate here in the 7th inning. That is going to be it for Sean Cohn. And Vaughn Hayes is going to Nick Mattioni. This sets up a rematch of the walk-off grand slam hit by Murphy back in early August. That was the game that really started to cinch the East Division in the second half of the Travelers. So we'll have Mattioni versus Murphy when we come back for the rest of the 7th inning. After this 60-second break, Midland leading 7-5. This is the Creative Sports Radio Network.
The Arkansas Razorbacks are looking to make it back to the Bulls this year. Hi, this is Ron Calcagney. Join me for the 3rd year in a row right here on CSN for the Arkansas Razorback Sports Report every week during the football season. Every week we'll give the latest news on the Razorbacks from Fayetteville. A look at the big game each week and the game plan. A flashback from the past and interviews from the great hogs from the past and predictions of the big game. The Razorback Sports Report every Thursday at 5:30, Friday mornings at 8:30, Friday afternoons at 3:30, and Saturday mornings at 6:30. During the football season right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Network.
Travs still batting here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nick Mattioni has come out of the bullpen. He's been one of the top setup men in the league this year. A 6'2" right-hander. from Deerfield Beach, Florida. Appeared in 42 games over the regular season, went 2-4 with 4 saves and a .258 earned run average. Back on August the 17th, Mattioni came into the game with a couple of run lead. Bases were loaded against him. Tommy Murphy hit a walk-off grand slam, the first of 2 game-winning grand slams that Murphy hit over a course of 10 days in mid-August. And we've got the same matchup right here, but in the 7th inning, and instead of the bases loaded, Murphy represents the tying run with a runner at third and 2 outs. So Cone goes 3 innings, allows 4 hits, so far 1 run, it could be 2. Kendrys Morales, the triple, knocked him out of the game. Mattioni checking his fielders to see where they're positioned. They've got Gomez, the third baseman, playing way off the line. Shortstop Tiger is deep. Second baseman Melillo. First baseman Barton there at normal depth. And Murphy batting left-handed. Here's a pitch to Tommy. He swings and hits it. Foul down the first base line. Foul by half a foot. He's sitting on that first pitch fastball. Got the pitch he wanted. Hit it hard. A little bit outside the foul line. And quickly it's 0-1. 7-5, the RockHounds leading. Travs have that chance here in the 7th inning. They won. Murphy, who knocked in 76 runs in the regular season, had an RBI single back in the 3rd inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And a fastball outside from Mattioni. It's a ball and a strike. Mattioni held batters to a .216 average this year. 56 hits, only 21 walks, to go along with 71 strikeouts. Just under 70 innings, 69 2/3. Right-hander sets and time is called at the plate. Murphy steps out of the box. Gomez a little further in at third base. Even with the bag, here's the stretch, and now Mattioni delivers, and Murphy fouls it off his foot. He goes down in a heap. And we'll get back up right behind the plate and walk it off. Limping a little bit. Goes outside the batter's circle, checks his left ankle. Everything not quite in working order yet. Murphy will get some time to walk this off. Plate umpire Cologne first, he puts some dirt on the plate, and then he brushes it off.
Everybody's working to give Tommy a little time. You know, you forget which Ivy League school is the Bulldogs, but you're reminded in a situation like that of a cheer. Bulldogs, Bulldogs, bow, wow, wow.
That's Yale, I think.
Is it? Because his dogs are barking, or one of his dogs are barking right now.
Murphy steps back in there. Morales at third, 7-5 Midland, 2 outs, top 7. Murphy batting left-handed. Here's the 1-2. A swing and a miss on a high fastball, and the inning is over. Travs get 1 run on 3 hits. Mattioni finishes the inning with a strikeout of Murphy. Gets a little bit of sweet revenge there. Tom, thanks for your time. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you in Little Rock.
Glad to be here, and look forward to seeing you in Little Rock and for the continuation of the series on Thursday.
They'll stretch him in Midland at 7-5 RockHounds. This is the Creative Sports Radio Network.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on live broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your homepage for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at csnsports.com. That's csnsports.com with live coverage worldwide on the internet. csnsports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
The Arkansas Razorbacks are looking to make it back to the Bowls this year. Hi, this is Ron Calcagney. Join me for the 3rd year in a row right here on CSN for the Arkansas Razorback Sports Report every week during the football season. Every week we'll give the latest news on the Razorbacks from Fayetteville, a look at the big game each week and the game plan, a flashback in the past and interviews from the great Hogs from the past and predictions of the big game. The Razorback Sports Report every Thursday at 5:30, Friday mornings at 8:30, Friday afternoons at 3:30, and Saturday mornings at 6:30. During the football season, right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Network.
come into the bottom of the 7th inning with a new pitcher for the Arkansas Travelers, as Aaron Pullen takes the hill in place of Matt Wilhite. Wilhite gives the Travs an inning and a third. Strong work. No runs, 1 hit, an intentional walk, and the only strikeout of a RockHound batter today. Travelers starter Stephen Shell today only gives 4 2/3 innings and did not strike out a hitter. Pulling the third Traveler pitcher of the night, and the right-hander out of Midland, Texas, is appearing in his second game in his hometown. Pullen took a loss in his professional home debut back on May 28th. Took a loss 4-3 to the RockHounds. And he starts with Jeremy Brown with the game-winning hit against him back on the 28th of May. First pitch to Brown is down the middle for a called strike. Brown 3 for 3, 3 RBIs. At least he's not batting with anybody on base. Here's the 0-1 to Brown. It is swung on and hit high in the air to left field, not deep. Close to the foul line. Espedo sprints into foul territory, but that one is out of play and just past the seats. And it's 0-2 on Brown. Brown's the 5-hitter. He delivered an RBI single to the right field foul line in the second that gave Midland an early 1-0 lead. After the Travs had closed in to cut that lead to 1 run in the third, Brown delivered an RBI double with 2 outs off the base of the left field fence, put Midland ahead 4-2. Travs had tied the game in the 4th inning with a 2-run rally, and then it continued a 4-4 score going into the bottom of the 5th when Brown delivered another clutch 2-out hit right up the middle to score a go-ahead run, and Midland hasn't looked back since. The 0-2 pitch is low, and it's ball 1. Travs do put a run up on the scoreboard on the top of the 7th inning. So it is a tight game. It's 7-5. Danny Putnam on deck, then Daric Barton. And here's the 1-2. It's a high fastball from Pullen, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Aaron entered into 51 games in the regular season. Carried a 5.03 ERA, 5 wins, 6 losses, and he saved 5 games. A 2-2 count to Brown leading off the 7th. Here's the pitch. And it's popped up on the infield behind the mound. Kendrick and Aybar converge, and it's Aybar gloving it from shortstop for the first out of the 7th inning. And for the first time today, Jeremy Brown does not reach base. 1 gone in the 7th inning. Travs have 2 more cracks at the Midland bullpen. And they'll need at least 2 runs. Otherwise, that's a 10-hour bus ride is going to feel a whole lot longer heading back to Little Rock. Both teams climbing on the buses after this game. It was thought that Midland might fly to Little Rock, but they're actually taking the bus. Putnam steps in. Putnam doubled a couple of runs home in the 5th inning to cap that 3-run rally. He's 1 for 2 with that double and a walk. Left-hander. Pulling the right in. He breaks his bat with a ground ball to second base. Kendrick up with it. Throw to first, route number 2. So Pullen comes in and gets 2 very quick outs. And I think that's the first broken bat for the RockHounds all game. 2 outs, and this brings Barton up. RockHounds have a left-hander warming up in the bullpen. And that left-hander is Matt Lynch, who's really the only lefty in their pen. They have a lefty in the starting rotation, Drew Dickinson, but he's really had a rough year. Not scheduled to pitch. The other lefty in their starting rotation is Stephen Bondurant. He's out this series with an arm injury. First pitch to Daric Barton is over the plate, strike 1. Barton, left-handed, has hit a fielder's choice, fly to center. He's also walked. 0 for 4 in the series, but he's been on base 3 times. Midland ahead by a pair of runs. Pulling from the stretch in front of his hometown crowd. And the 0-1 pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Borderline call, but it's 0-2. Pullen's family had us all over to their house. The team got in at 9:30 in the evening on Sunday night. Giant backyard barbecue for over 30 guys. Here's an 0-2 to Barton. And that's a 55-foot pitch that Napoli couldn't block, and it went all the way back to the screen. It's 1-2. Have you ever tried to feed not just 30 guys, but 30 guys that can eat. Athletes can flat out pound the buffet. Burgers, sausages, various kinds of beans. The 1-2 to Barton, and it's grounded to second base. Kendrick will come in a couple of steps. He's very close to first. The throw is in time, and it's 3 up, 3 down. Nice job by Aaron Pullen. So Midland continues to take that 7-5 lead. We go into the 8th inning. Now this on CSN from the Air Force.
The Air Force is the only branch of service with its own community college. It's called the Community College of the Air Force, and it makes a difference. You see, in the Air Force, you earn college credit for learning your job. You can earn an associate's degree in one of 66 career fields. Your job experience goes farther in the Air Force. For more information, call 1-800-423-USAF or log on at airforce.com. Cross into the blue with the U.S. Air Force. No one comes close.
On a warm night at Ray Winder Field in Little Rock on July 16, 1983, the Arkansas Travelers met the Midland Angels in a doubleheader at Ray Winder Field. In the first game, the Angels upended the Travelers by a score of 6-4. But in the second game, the Travelers got on the board in the bottom half of the first inning on this Go Ty Mills home run.
1-1 to Mills. Has a ground run right foot. It might be out of here. It could be. And it is off the board. Here is Go Ty Mills going into second base, and it's going to be a home run for Go Ty Mills as he hits the bottom part of the fence. His first home run of the year. Listen to these fans.
That made the score 2-1, but in the third inning, Arkansas scored 6 runs to make the score 7-2 Arkansas. Then the Travelers built up an 8-4 lead going into the bottom half of the 6th inning. And second baseman Rod Booker was trying for a perfect night, 4 for 4, as he came to the plate and got this timely hit.
Here's a pitch, line drive, left center field, base hit, and Booker is 4 for 4 in this second game. Rod Booker perfect in the second game, 4 for 4. He's 6 for 8 in the doubleheader. Having a great doubleheader tonight for Arkansas.
And Arkansas won the second game with a doubleheader by a score of 8-4 to split the doubleheader with Midland on the night of July the 17th, 1983. And that's tonight's American Gold and Silver Traveler Flashback.
Travs coming to the plate in the 8th inning, trailing by a 7-5 score. Bill Elson with you here in Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series, hitting the Oakland A's affiliate, the Midland RockHounds, looking for their first outright Texas League Championship. They won a split title in '75. The Arkansas Travelers trying for their 6th Texas League Championship. Got a couple of changes for the RockHounds. Made a pitching change and a change behind the plate. Well, it's not a change behind the plate. The change is for who's coming to the plate for the Travelers. The new pitcher is Matt Lynch. Lynch, a left-hander, out of Florida State University. Brother of former Traveler Kevin Lynch, who's pitching in the Pioneer League Championship Series. The change for the Travelers is that David Matranga, our pregame show guest, will come to lead off the 8th inning, getting his first at-bat, and he smacks a drive to deep left field on the first pitch. It is up there. It is off of the top of the fence, and there goes Matranga, coasting into second base with a stand-up double. So Porter, who was scheduled to bat a left-hander, and the RockHounds brought a left-hander in to face him, and Tom Gamboa crosses things up, and Dave Matranga comes through with a pinch hit double to start the 8th inning. So the tying run comes to the plate. Jason Espedo is scheduled to bat, but instead it's going to be Mike Elworth coming up to the plate instead. The Travs, there's a couple of pinch hitters here. Tell you what, Matranga's ball almost got out of the yard. Off the top of that chain link fence next to that rests in front of the Travelers bullpen. And the RockHounds have a couple of pitchers warming up in the bullpen as they send Brown and DeKenter out to the mound. Alex Santos is warming up. He's the closer. Also warming up is Evan Farner, one of a couple of setup men that the RockHounds have used this year. They're going to try to waste as much time as possible to get Farner in from the bullpen. Elward waiting at the plate as Brown is forced back to the plate by plate umpire Cologne. And Elward will step in. Elward yesterday batted in the 9-hole as the DH. He went 0 for 2 with a walk. He hit it ground out. Knocked in the only Trav run yesterday. Now here comes Hayes out of the dugout. He's going to remove Lynch. So he sent the catcher out to the mound to give Farner a couple more warm-up pitches. Lynch comes on, faces one hitter, and allows a double. And Hayes hasn't yet taken him out. He's going to let his pitchers continue to warm up. It's, for the most part, done for Lynch because you got Elward at the plate, then Gates, another right-hander on deck. Aybar and Willits switch hitters after that. Cologne, he's going to force Hayes' hand. Cologne has joined the meeting on the mound, and Hayes points out to the bullpen and removes Lynch. So Lynch faces one batter and allows the hit. They're going to go to the bullpen. It's either Farner or it's going to be Alex Santos. Santos not much of a 2-inning pitcher. So we'll see who they bring in. But first we will pause 60 seconds for this pitching change. It's the Midland RockHounds 7 and the Arkansas Travelers 5. Travs have the tying run at the plate after these words on CSN from Vail Honda.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 18 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used.
Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. Honda certified used cars. See, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
Vail Honda, 13101 Chenal Parkway, Little Rock.
I never wanted to...
Evan Farner is one of the few fine set-up men that the RockHounds have used this year. A 248 earned run average with 7 wins, 2 losses, and 3 saves in 45 appearances. Farner, 6'2", 200 pounds, out of Bradley University in Bloomington, Illinois. And Farner makes his first appearance of this series. And he inherits Dave Matranga at second base. The batter is Mike Elward. Elward was brought on to pinch hit for Jason Espita, who finished the game 1 for 3 with a solo home run. Elward will have to face this hard-throwing right-hander in Evan Farner. Phil Ellison with you for this pretty well, I wouldn't use the word well played, but it's been an exciting game. Travs were down by 3 runs in the second inning. They tied it in the 4th, a 4-4 score, and then Midland puts up 3 runs in the 5th against Stephen Shell, knocked him from the game. Travs scored the last run, which came in the 7th inning. Take a 7-4 disadvantage and make it 7-5. Matranga led off the 8th inning with a pinch hit double, and now Mike Elward steps in. Elward, who during the regular season hit .287 with 14 homers and 72 runs batted in. In the playoffs, Elward is 0 for 8. Right-handed batter. Farner working from the stretch. Matranga at second base. 7-5 Midland. Farner brings it set as he gets the sign. Matranga takes that lead. Here's the stretch. And now kicking a pitch. Elward takes a change in the dirt. It's ball 1. It was blocked by Brown. 1-0. Gates on deck, then Erick Aybar. Travs looking to rally back here in the 8th inning. Farner quietly gets the sign. 2 checks at second. And the 1-0 delivery to Elward is flied into right field towards the foul line. Putnam has it tall in front of him, a base hit. Here comes Matranga around third. He will score standing up. It's 7-6 as Mike Elward comes through with a pinch hit. RBI single. And run is charged to Matt Lynch. And the Travs are within 1 run. Nobody out in the 8th inning. Now David Gates coming up to the plate. Gates 0 for 2 so far today. He walked in the 2nd. Grounded out in the 4th. He flied out in the 6th inning. The ball was hit pretty close to the foul line by Elward. But Putnam quickly got over there and cut it off before it could get to the fence. So the tying run is at first. Let's see if the Travs sacrifice. Gates during the regular season had 2 sack bunts. He's pumping the bat as usual. Keeps it back. Swings and misses. The ball's in the dirt. There goes Elward for second base. No throw. And it'll be a wild pitch that puts Elward into second base with a tying run. It's 0-1 on Gates as Barner came with a split-fingered fastball and threw it into the dirt right in front of the plate. And that pitch works to the Travs' favor anyway. A base hit could tie this game up. Nobody out. Gates waiting. He drove in 58 runs this year. Here's the pitch. A check swing on the split finger. It's low, and he did not go around. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1 on Gator. 5 RBIs in the regular season. All of them clutch. RockHounds position the infield straight away. Not deep, not in. Outfield, same thing. Everybody straight away, fanned out. Gates pumping the bat just to the right of his right ear. Barner kicks. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And the split finger's low again. It's 2-1. He's thrown 3 split-fingered fastballs. And after swinging and missing on the first one, Gates takes the next 2 low. It's 2-1. Erick Aybar's on deck, then Willits, Kendrick after that. Barner gets a glance at Elward at second. No one holds him on. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Gates. Ball 3, high and inside on a fastball. And it's 3 balls and a strike on David Gates. Barner brings the hands together. Gates waits. Here's the pitch. A swing and a slow ground ball, foul along the third base line. That'll make the count full, 3-2. Midland crowd has quieted down a little bit. It's the quietest they've been all series. Crowd trying to rise to the occasion. Barner pitching with a tying run at second, no outs. Here's the 3-2 to Gates. Strike 3 called right at the knees. Gates had tossed the bat away as if he thought that could be ball 4, but there was no way at all that was ball 4. Fooled on the split-fingered pitch, and instead of throwing it into the dirt, Barner put it just above the knees. Perfect pitch for the first out of the inning. Now Erick Aybar stands in. He is in search of his first hit of this series. He is 0 for 8, hasn't hit it hard once. 54 RBIs during the regular season. This could be the biggest of his year. Elward checking his shoulders. Is anyone holding him on? No. Here's the pitch to Aybar. He swings and pops it out of play over third base. Gomez gives chase, but it's 7 rows deep. Strike 1. Midland has had the idea to just pound Aybar inside. They have done that time and time again. Aybar's hit a couple of harmless pop-outs. A bunch of slow ground balls on the right side. And the RockHounds have solved Aybar so far. The league's leading hitman. An 0-1 count. Barner from the stretch. Delivers in the dirt. It's blocked. There goes Aybar for third. And the throw, not in time. Elward is safe at third base. Wild pitch, the second wild pitch of the inning from Barner. You get a lot of wild pitches with a split finger. And those 2 wild pitches have moved Mike Elwood to third base with the tying run. 1 ball, 1 strike. The infield playing for the out at the plate. 7-6 Midland in the 8th inning. 1 away, 1 ball, 1 strike on Aybar. Aybar not much of a fly ball hitter. They'll look to get some air into this one. The 1-1 pitch. He bunts it. Charging from third is Elwood. Shovels to the plate. He is out by 3 feet. Not even close. Aybar bunted it, and everybody seemed to be surprised, including Elwood, as he got a late break from third. The bunt wasn't on the left side or on the right side of the mound. It was right towards the mound. All Farner had to do was calmly go after the ball, shovel it to his catcher, and Elwood was out by a mile. Instead of going for the sacrifice fly or for a base hit, Aybar tries to bunt in the tying run. So instead of the tying run being at third base and 1 out, the tying run's now at first, and there's 2 outs. The element of surprise means a lot. That's the wrong runner to have at third base to try a suicide squeeze. And I don't even think it was a suicide squeeze. Willits, the batter, singled his last time up. First pitch, he takes low, ball 1. You got to expect Aybar to run here. He represents the tying run. Unbelievable that the Travs cannot count on Aybar, who led the league with 162 hits, to come through with even just a fly ball would have tied the game. It's 1-0 to Willits. Farner delivers. Aybar's running. It's a ball. The throw to second is perfect. He's out, and the inning is over. 2-6, the out at second base. The Travs had a golden opportunity to tie this game. They waste it. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, nobody left. 2 runners thrown out of the bases. 1 at the plate, 1 at second. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 7-6 Midland. This is the CSN Travelers Radio Network.
As an aircraft avionics technician, I repair just about any electronic component on the airplane.
Jared Lampkin earned a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Electronics Engineering Technology in 2003 and an Associate of Applied Science degree in 2002 from the ITT Technical Institute in Birmingham, Alabama.
My bachelor's from ITT Tech is a really well-respected degree. The school has a lot of hands-on teaching, and it's a really nice atmosphere.
At ITT Technical Institute, you can pursue skills that can be used to help you prepare for a new career or create opportunities in your current field. Call 1-800-ITT-TECH. That's 1-800-ITT-TECH, or visit us on the web at www.itt-tech.edu to investigate a campus nearest you. Find a potential new path to your future at ITT Tech.
I want to move higher, get everything I can, fly my own plane.
ITT Technical Institute. Education for the future.
I never wanted a Coke so bad in my life. Like the time I went on a shop till you drop-a-thon with my girlfriend. So there I am pinballing from store to store across the vast expanse of this mega mall, forced to give my opinion on her clothing choices, which she promptly ignored. I think it was from all the, yeah, that looks great, honey, but I was parched. Only one thing was going to unparch me. A Coke. I would have cried, but I couldn't spare the fluid. So next time I go shopping, it'll be online. Coca-Cola. Make it real.
Jeremy Brown continues to add to his outstanding night as he throws out Erick Aybar at second base to end the 8th inning. The Travs have the tying run at third base, only 1 out. They literally ran themselves out of a chance to tie the game. Not the first time it's happened this year, but it's the first time it's happened in a while. 7-6, Midland still leading, and Aaron Pullen back on the mound for the 8th. Francis Gomez takes the first pitch high, and it's ball 1. Gomez, followed by Mark Kiger and then Kevin Melillo. They're the 8, 9, and 1 spots in the order as Pullen throws. And there's a strike with a slider, and it's 1-1. Gomez is 0 for 3. Kiger on deck, 0 for 3. Melillo after that, 1 for 4. Here's the 1-1, and it's hit in the air to left field, a line drive. Chasing it is Elwood, and that's over his head. It'll roll to the fence. Gomez has a double. He wants a triple. He goes around the base and holds, and he'll be content with a 2-base hit instead. It's directly over Mike Elwood's head in left field as he was inserted in there after his pinch hit single. In the 8th inning, Dave Matranga has taken over at third base. And now Mark Kiger will come up to the plate. So Midland will play for 1 run here. They've got Alex Santos, their closer, warming up in the bullpen. And the infield's going to come into the pitcher's mound to talk about this. With Pullen working in the 8th inning, and he had a perfect 7th. Action in the Traveler bullpen. David Austin and Alex Serrano getting loose. Serrano's been waiting for an opportunity to close a game, but not going to have that opportunity today unless the Travs come back in the 9th. Before they hit in the 9th inning, they got to keep Midland off the scoreboard in the 8th. Keith Comstock visits the mound, and this gives the pitchers in the pen more time to warm up. We need to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Creative Sports Radio Network, your home for Arkansas Traveler baseball. Midland batting in the bottom of the 8th inning at Citibank Ballpark. Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series. Midland has the 1-game-to-none lead thanks to their 7-1 victory yesterday. Midland leading 7-6 now in the bottom of the 8th inning in Game 2. Aaron Pullen stays on to face Kiger, and the Travs will play for a sacrifice bunt. Kiger's the man for the sac bunt. He had 6 on the year. And he squares around. Here's the pitch. And he dances away from the fastball. It's inside, 1-0. Gomez's double to start the 8th inning, his 8th hit of the playoffs. Corners laying in, ready to charge. The pitch on the way. Kiger has to jump out of the way again, and Napoli fires to second base, attempting to pick Gomez off. That throw is late. It's 2 balls, no strikes on Kiger. Kevin Melillo on deck. Stanley after him. RockHounds playing for a run here. Travs are in the same position in the 8th inning. They had a leadoff double. They did bring him in. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Kiger squares. He bunts it. This will get the runner up. Pullen fields it. Looks at third. Nobody's there. He throws to first, and they get the out. Kendrick covers, and it's 1-4. The out at first base for the sac bunt. With Matranga charging from third base on that play that opened up third, Aybar from shortstop did not cover at third base. He went to cover at second. Pullen had to race towards third to pick up that bunt, and as he fielded the ball, he noticed that Gomez was pretty late getting into the bag when nobody was there. So he made sure to get the out at first with a decent throw. So the sac bunt works, and Pullen's going to be lifted out of the game. 1 in the 3rd innings for Pullen, 1 hit. He is responsible for Gomez at third base. Tom Gamboa is out of the dugout, and he's going into the pen. We've got Austin, it looks like, coming out of the Travelers bullpen. So David Austin will be the 4th Travs pitcher of the night. Another pitching change and another 60-second break. It's 7-6 Midland on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
The Arkansas Razorbacks are looking to make it back to the Bowls this year. Hi, this is Ron Calcagney. Join me for the 3rd year in a row right here on CSN for the Arkansas Razorback Sports Report every week during the football season. Every week we'll give the latest news on the Razorbacks from Fayetteville, a look at the big game each week and the game plan, a flashback in the past, and interviews from the great hogs from the past and predictions of the big game. The Razorback Sports Report every Thursday at 5:30 Friday mornings at 8:30, Friday afternoons at 3:30, and Saturday mornings at 6:30. During the football season, right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Network.
The pressure is on David Austin in the 8th inning, bottom of the 8th, 7-6 Midland. As the Travs send out their 4th pitcher of the night, and it's Austin who replaces Aaron Pullen in the 8th with a runner at 3rd and 1 away. No margin for error here. The runner at 3rd is Francis Gomez. He doubled to start the inning, and a sac bunt by Mark Kiger put him at 3rd base. Pullen then lifted in favor of David Austin. Austin, who was the top relief pitcher for Rancho Cucamonga, was brought up to AA Arkansas June 25th. 27 games, 4 wins, 3 losses, and a .405 ERA. Infield has to play for the out at home. Kevin Melillo is the batter, left-handed. Austin a righty. David, 24 years old, out of Coconut Creek, Florida, from the stretch. Melillo 1 for 4. Here's a pitch. And he takes ball 1, a little low. It's 1-0. And Melillo's hit the ball on the ground 4 times, including his 5th inning leadoff double, which keyed as now the go-ahead rally for the RockHounds. 3 ground outs and the 2-base hit. Infield in all the way around and not guarding the line. Austin throws the 1-0 pitch, and it's popped up by Melillo and back of second base. Shortstop Aybar calling him off, and the catch is made by Aybar for the 2nd out. Now the infield can relax. Steve Stanley coming up. This another tough 2-out hitter. Just looking ahead now to the 9th inning, the Travs will start with Reggie Willits, then Howie Kendrick and Mike Napoli. They'll attempt to tie the game. Alex Santos should be coming out of the bullpen for the RockHounds. He been their closer all season. So here's Stanley. Stanley is 2 for 4 today. He's 4 for 8 in the series. A couple of ground outs, a single and a double tonight. Left-handed batter against the righty Austin, the only infielder that's playing in. Third baseman Matranga, a couple steps up. Pitch to Stanley. Line towards the gap in left center. Willits dives. It is past him. It's rolling all the way to the fence. Gomez scores. Stanley to second. He wants 3. He's got a triple. A stand-up triple. It's 8-6 Midland. Stanley comes through with another 2-out hit. Midland's been all over the Travs with 2 outs today. Of the now 8 runs Midland has put up, 5 have come with 2 outs. You just cannot beat that kind of clutch hitting. The batter will be Brian Stavisky with 2 outs, a runner at 3rd, and the RockHounds back to a 2-run lead. This run is charged to Aaron Pullen. 1 run and a third of an inning in the 3rd. Stavisky looking for his first hit. Austin throws, and it's lined to first. Scooped up by Morales. He takes it to the base, an unassisted put out. But 1 run scores for the RockHounds on 2 hits and a runner stranded. Midland 8, Arkansas 6. We go to the 9th on the CSN Travs Radio Network.
Tired of dealing with peeling, cracking, chipping paint, drafty houses? Then call Royal Windows and Siding right now. They can wrap your home in a blanket of insulation and add the Grand Sierra siding from Alcoa. It's the only siding with the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. Call in now for special savings from Royal Windows and Siding. Never paint again. Call about the Grand Sierra siding at 1-800-760-1419. Call Royal now at 1-800-760-1419.
It happens every time you open the door at Moe's Southwest Grill. Mo wants you to feel welcome, so every time you open the door. But that's not the reason people open Moe's door. It's because Mo knows burritos. And because Mo is fanatical about fresh food. You won't even find a freezer there because Mo makes everything from scratch. People open the door because Mo knows salad. And because you get to watch as your meal is made to order right in front of you in just a few minutes. And Mo knows quesadillas. So bring a friend, bring the whole family. But if you don't mind, when you do come into Mo's Southwest Grill, please, only open the door once.
We come into the ninth inning, and we bring on Alex Santos, the Midland closer, has entered the game. The RockHounds leading 8-6. The cheer goes out for Santos, who's been a crowd favorite. A very hyper-kinetic right-handed pitcher who's very tough out of the bullpen this year. Santos, all kinds of jumpy motions, long loping strides as he walks around the mound. It looks like he drank 8 cups of coffee before coming into the bullpen, and who knows what the coffee was laced with. Santos, outstanding as the closer this year. He saved 19 games, 2 wins, 3 losses, 2.95 ERA. Travs did defeat him once. They had a heck of a time trying to hit against him. Santos allowed only 184 batting average to the Travelers. Where he erred against the Travelers was 6 walks in 9 2/3 innings and 2 wild pitches. Reggie Willits starts the 9th inning. Santos is the 6th Midland pitcher. He'll work from the stretch, and Willits been on base the last 3 trips to the plate. He'll take the first pitch for a strike. The Midland crowd is about to explode. Midland 3 outs away from taking a 2-games-to-none lead in a best-of-5 series. Willits, 2 walks, a single his last 3 trips. He scored 3 runs. Here's the 0-1 pitch. He swings and fouls it, and it's 0-2. Travs have out-hit Midland 11-10. They've also committed 3 errors to the RockHounds 1. Midland leading in the column that counts. 8-6 is the score. The 0-2 is ball 1, a little low, 1-2. Kendrick and Napoli, the next 2 hitters, Morales and Murphy, if a couple of men reach base. Willits batting to the left side. They give him the entire right field corner. You got to get a man on base to bring the tying run to the plate. Santos is ready. Here's the 1-2. And Willits stays alive with a foul ball into the screen. RockHounds put up a giant run in the 8th inning on the clutch 2-out triple by Steve Stanley. Thankfully, he was stranded at third, keeping this a 2-run game. This is striking distance. Santos with a pitch. Willits with a swing and a comebacker played by Santos. Flips to first, and there's 1 away. Kendrick coming up now as the 1-3 put out. Gives the Travs 2 outs left in this game. Kendrick 3 for 4 today. First pitch, check swing. Foul ball hit very hard along the first base line. Fouled by a couple of feet. That was pretty close. It is 0-1 on Kendrick. Mike Napoli on deck. If Kendrick reaches base, the league's leading home run hitter has a chance to tie the game. The wind has died down. The crowd making up for the lack of wind now. Plenty of wind coming from their mouths. They're oohing and awing with every pitch. The 0-1 to Kendrick. He swings and hits a fly ball to dead center field. Stanley down to the knees to make the catch. Stanley misjudges that line drive, hit right to him. He took a couple of steps back, then realized he needed to come in. He went down to a knee, reached in towards the field, and brought it in for the 2nd out of the inning. Mike Napoli, the batter. 2 outs, base is empty. First pitch, swing and a fly ball foul. Way out of play over the right side. Santos coming with nothing but fastballs. He's not messing around. Napoli 1 for 4 today. Double play his last time up. He's doubled and scored and knocked a run in. 0-1 count. Santos throws. Napoli takes ball 1. Close pitch just missing inside there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Midland ahead by 2. Travs need to get Morales on to the plate. He's on deck. Time called by Napoli as he steps out. Santos so jumpy on the mound. He cannot stand still. He is juiced up. It is a 1-1 count to Napoli, and the pitcher is set. Santos kicks. Napoli takes ball 2. Right off the outside corner, another close one. 2 balls, 1 strike on Napoli. The stretch, the pitch. Swing and a high fly ball deep left center field with a chance to go, and it's gone. How big is that run that the RockHounds score in the 8th inning? Just gigantic. As Mike Napoli hits a titanic blast just to the left of dead center field. It's now 8-7 Midland. That 2-out RBI hit by Steve Stanley is now the difference. 2-out RBI triple by Stanley in the bottom of the 8th gave Midland their 2-run lead. Now it's Morales, the batter. First pitch chops to short. Charging is Kiger. Cut off at third by Gomez. The throw ends the game. Midland leads the series 2-0. I promise I'm going to destroy that thing one of these days if I don't get out of here without smashing a bat on that ridiculous train horn. 8-7 the final score. Midland takes a 2-0 series lead. The Travs have a 10-hour bus ride back to Little Rock. It's going to feel like 3 days. We'll come back with the final totals next on the TSN Traveler Radio Network.
Your family tonight, whether you're planning a meal before the game or snacks for the game, remember to include milk, cheese, and yogurt in the game plan. 3 servings a day of dairy is the right amount to help keep your body healthy. It's easy. Just look for the 3-a-day logo on your favorite calcium-rich dairy foods at your local retailer. For more information, including recipes and coupons, visit www.3aday.org. Have you had your 3-a-day today? The power of cheese.
It's the end of the day. You've got 2 choices, each with its own delights. The champagne of beers or the champagne of light beers. So you do what every good high life man would do when faced with a head-scratching decision. You find a quarter. Tails. You say Miller High Life Light and reach for the peanuts. The rising moon says, well done, my friend. That's the High Life way. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
Extra long Philly cheesesteak. New at Sonic. Only at Sonic will you find the great taste of a classic cheesesteak made even better. Introducing Sonic's new extra long Philly cheesesteak. Thin sliced steak, diced onions and green peppers, and shredded cheese. Piled high and served up fast on Sonic's own extra long bun. So when you've got an extra large hunger, drive in for the new extra long Philly cheesesteak. It's not just good, it's Sonic good. Sonic now accepts all major credit cards.
The third base coach. He doesn't get much attention. You've never heard of a third base coach groupie, have you? But he's vital to the success of the team. His experience and knowledge of the game can mean the difference between scoring a run or getting thrown out at the plate. Allstate agents play a similar role to the third base coach, although they have experience with much more than just home. They can help with auto insurance, life insurance, and your retirement needs as well. And they'll do it without using any crazy signals. They'll help you understand the coverage options available so you can find the one that's right for you. You deserve a team with big league experience. That's Allstate stands. Are you in good hands?
To get a team with big league experience, just visit your local Allstate agent, call 1-800-ALLSTATE, or click on allstate.com.
Insurance subject to availability and qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Norfolk, Illinois.
Hey, nobody said quitting smoking was easy, but others have done it, and you can too, with help from the SOS Quit line, 1-866-NOW-QUIT. They'll give you the help you need to kick the tobacco habit. It's free, and it's free of nagging and preaching, too. So call 1-866-NOW-QUIT and get the help you need. What have you got to lose, besides the most dangerous habit you've ever had? 1-866-NOW-QUIT. Call now.
Final totals are unofficial for the Arkansas Travelers: 7 runs, 12 hits, 3 hours, 7 left. For the Midland RockHounds, it's 8 runs, 10 hits, 1 hour, 7 left. Winning pitcher Sean Cohn, losing pitcher Stephen Shell. Alex Santos saves his third of the playoffs. Mike Napoli hit the game's only home run, his fourth of the postseason. Paid attendance 3,810. They see the Midland RockHounds take a 2-0 series lead in the best of 5 championship series. And the series goes to Little Rock after an off day tomorrow. We're back to action on Thursday, Game 3 of the championship series in Little Rock. We'll come back after this with the Allstate Insurance postgame report, painful recap, and the scores from the major leagues. This has been Arkansas Traveler Baseball on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
Arkansas Traveler Baseball on the CSN Radio Network was brought to you by the ITT Technical Institute online at itt-tech.edu. By Coca-Cola, make it real. By Miller Lite, prevent taste loss with Miller Lite. And by Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate. And by the Sonic Drive-In. Arkansas Traveler Baseball has been brought to you statewide on the Creative Sports Radio Network by Bale Honda. See the new Honda cars and trucks today. By the U.S. Air Force, crossing to the Blues. The Bank of the Ozarks with several locations to serve you. And by the Canadian Tax Advisory Group. Arkansas Traveler Baseball has been a presentation of CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network. Stay tuned next for the Traveler Postgame Show, right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network.
Tornadoes have been reported in several neighboring states.
Small business owner Jonathan Harlan of Jackson, Tennessee.
Living in Tornado Alley, you kind of get used to dealing with them. You just pray one doesn't hit your area. Late Sunday night, just before midnight, an F4 Twister touched down in Jackson, leveling our downtown. There was nothing left of our building, just piles of bricks and concrete. We lost everything. Fortunately, backup systems were in place. Employees knew what to do and worked from other locations. Because we were prepared, our clients never knew the difference.
Whether it's a natural disaster or terrorist attack, every business needs an emergency plan. A plan can save lives, company assets, and your entire business at little or no cost to your company. You can't control what happens, but you can be prepared. Visit www.ready.gov today. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Ad Council.
I heard about this company dumping toxins in local rivers, and I called their executives to say stop. But I never got through to anyone except secretary after secretary. In the meantime, the rivers are being destroyed, birds and fish are dying, and the local kids are getting sick with cancer. So I organized a huge protest, and we actually got the company shut down. And everyone starts celebrating until we realize that half the town's now unemployed. The welfare offices can barely handle the overload. People are being kicked out of their homes, and to top it all off, the rivers are still contaminated, the birds and fish are still dying, and most of the kids with cancer are twice as sick, because they can't get the health care they need since their parents lost the health insurance they had when they worked for the company that dumped all the toxins in the first place.
Saving the world isn't easy, but saving a life is. And just 1 pint of blood can save up to 3 lives. Visit bloodsaves.com to learn more. This public service announcement was brought to you by the Ad Council.
The Allstate Insurance Arkansas Traveler Postgame Show is brought to you by Allstate Insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate.
The Midland RockHounds send the Travs to their second straight loss in the Texas League Championship Series. 8-7 the final score today. It was a much better ball game than yesterday when the Midland got out ahead 6-0 and went on to a 7-1 win. But this game was no less frustrating, I think, than yesterday's game was. Hi, and welcome back to the Allstate Insurance postgame report. Phil Elson with you. Let's get to the recap. Travs didn't fall behind in the first inning. Instead, they fell behind in the second today. Stephen Shell did not have a good game, allowed back-to-back hits in the first two pitches of the second inning. Casey Myers a double. Jeremy Brown, the first of his three hits, delivered an RBI single to the right field line. 1-0 Midland. A walk would put Putnam on base, putting Brown at second, and then Daric Barton hits a chopper to first. Travs to get a force out at second base. The runners at the corners with one away when Francis Gomez hit into what looked like it had a chance for be a double play, except the runner was moving on the pitch. That was Barton running for second base. Gomez forced Aybar to make a backhand play. His throw to second base handcuffed Howie Kendrick. Kendrick could not handle the throw. It sailed past him into right field on that play. You had Brown score the second run, and then Gomez trying to get into second base. Kendrick dropped another throw, so 2 errors charged to Kendrick on that play. Next batter, Mark Cagliari, had a slow ground ball to shortstop, bringing Barton in from third. The RockHounds had themselves a 3-0 lead. The Travs, however, answered today pretty quickly against Mike Nannini, who also did not have a good game. Nannini walked Reggie Willits to start the third inning. An RBI double with one out by Mike Napoli brought Willits in, and then a two-out single by Tommy Murphy scores Napoli, and it was 3-2 Midland after the top half of the third. But Jeremy Brown's second RBI hit, a two-out double in the third inning, brought in Steve Stanley, and the RockHounds had a 4-2 lead. The Travs tied it, however, in the fourth against Nannini. Leadoff home run by Jason Aspito, and then after 2 outs, Reggie Willits took a walk. That was it for Nannini. He walked 4 batters in 3 2/3 innings, and was pulled after just 3 2/3. On came Sean Cohn from the bullpen. Cohn faced Howie Kendrick. Kendrick hit a little blooper over the second baseman's head, fell into shallow center field. Steve Stanley picked it up but dropped the ball, allowing Reggie Willits to score from first base on the play. It was a tie game at 4 apiece. Kendrick would steal third base, so the Travs had the go-ahead run at third with 2 outs, but Mike Napoli looked at a called third strike from Cohn, ending the Travelers' chance to take the lead. It remained tied at 4 until the 5th inning when the RockHounds took the lead for good. First batter Kevin Melillo doubled into the right field corner. After a couple of ground outs, he would find himself at third base with 2 away. Shell got ahead of Casey Myers 0-2, but as was the theme of the night for Shell, when he got to 2 strikes, he could not finish the batter off. Myers fouled off 3 pitches and then was brushed on his uniform by a fastball, and that put Myers on base. Jeremy Brown then comes up, and after fouling a pitch off, he singles into center field with a winning run. Melillo scoring on the play, and the RockHounds had a 5-4 lead. That was followed by Danny Putnam's 2-run double over the left fielder's head, and Midland ahead 7-4 after the 5th inning. Travs began the long road back to try to come back in the 7th inning against Cohn once again. He had set down 7 in a row, but Willits begins the 7th with a single to left field. Howie Kendrick then singles Willits to third base. Mike Napoli, however, grounds into a 6-4-3 double play with Willits scoring on it, and that cut the Midland lead to 7-5. Morales would then triple into right center field, but Tommy Murphy would strike out swinging against Nick Mattioni. Mattioni got some revenge with a walk-off grand slam by Murphy the last time they had faced each other, and the runner stranded at third base. It kept Midland ahead by a 7-5 score. Travs got within 1 run and had a chance to tie the game in the 8th inning. Greg Porter was pinch hit for by Dave Matranga against Matt Lynch. Matranga doubled off the left field fence and then scored after Lynch was relieved by Evan Farner, and Jason Aspito was also pinch hit for by Mike Elward. Elward singled into the right field foul line, and that brought home Matranga. It was 7-6 Midland at that point. 2 wild pitches by Farner would put Elward at third base with only 1 out. David Gates, however, was caught looking on a strikeout, and then Erick Aybar cannot figure out why he tried to do this. Aybar 0 for 8 in the series and hadn't hit the ball hard once. Comes up in the 8th, a fly ball will tie the game. He bunts right back to the mound. Seemed like Elward was a little surprised on that play. The ball was bunted right back to the mound. Farner just shuffled it to the plate, and Elward was out by 3 feet. Aybar then tried to steal his way into second base, and Brown threw him out, ending the Travelers' 8th inning, and the Travs were stunned at that point. They were a fly ball away from tying the game, but Aybar seemed to take matters into his own hands, I believe, trying to bunt the runner in. It does not work, and the Travs really paid for that miscue. Midland got the biggest run of the game in the 8th inning. The leadoff double by Francis Gomez off of Aaron Pullen. He'd be sacrificed to third base, and then with 2 outs, David Austin came in from the bullpen. Steve Stanley sends a triple into left center field. Reggie Willits was an inch away from catching that ball. He dove towards left center, could not come up with it. Rolled to the fence. Stanley's RBI triple put Midland ahead by 2 runs, 8-6. That was a giant run because Mike Napoli hit a huge, long solo home run in the 9th off of Alex Santos. It was Napoli's 4th home run of the postseason. That would have tied the game had Stanley not given Midland a 2-run lead. Kendrys Morales then chops out to the hole at shortstop, ending the game. Midland the winner, 8-7. Going to the off day tomorrow with Midland leading this best-of-5 series 2-0. Coming up next, we'll check the Major League scores on the Southwest Airlines Sports Sticker. This is the CSN Arkansas Traveler Baseball Network.
The third base coach. He doesn't get much attention. You've never heard of a third base coach groupie, have you? But he's vital to the success of the team. His experience and knowledge of the game can mean the difference between scoring a run or getting thrown out at the plate. Allstate agents play a similar role to the third base coach, although they have experience with much more than just home. They can help with auto insurance, life insurance, and your retirement needs as well. And they'll do it without using any crazy signals. They'll help you understand the coverage options available so you can find the one that's right for you. You deserve a team with big league experience. That's Allstate stands. Are you in good hands?
To get a team with big league experience, just visit your local Allstate agent, call 1-800-ALLSTATE, or click on allstate.com. Insurance subject to availability and qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Extra long Philly cheesesteak, new at Sonic. Only at Sonic will you find the great taste of a classic cheesesteak made even better. Introducing Sonic's new extra long Philly cheesesteak. Thin sliced steak, diced onions and green peppers, and shredded cheese. Piled high and served up fast on Sonic's own extra long bun. So when you've got an extra large hunger, drive in for the new extra long Philly cheesesteak. It's not just good, it's Sonic good. Sonic now accepts all major credit cards.
It's the end of the day. You've got 2 choices, each with its own delights. The champagne of beers or the champagne of light beers. So you do what every good high life man would do when faced with a head-scratching decision. You find a quarter. Tails. You say Miller High Life Light and reach for the peanuts. The rising moon says, well done, my friend. That's the High Life way. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
Checking the Major League scoreboard across the Southwest Airlines Sports Sticker. You've got 2 games in progress in the American League. The Angels battling with Seattle, 1-1 in the top of the 7th. Chicago White Sox leading Kansas City 3-1 in the bottom of the 4th. In the Major Leagues, these games in progress in the National League. It's the bottom of the 10th. That's Chicago, Cubs, and Reds tied at 3. Eric Lee has hit his 42nd home run. Top 6 at Arizona. It's 3-0 Milwaukee. Jenkins and Carlos Lee going deep. Colorado over the Dodgers right now, 6-2, bottom of the 4th inning. And the San Diego Padres and the Giants are tied 3-3 in the bottom of the 4th. Final scores now in the National League. It was the Phillies 5, the Atlanta Braves 4. Ryan Howard hit his 17th home run of the season. Aaron Foltz got the win. Billy Wagner saved it. Washington over the Mets 4-2. Gary Majewski got the win. He's 4-3. Chad Cordero saved his Major League best. 45th. The Florida Marlins top the Houston Astros 4-2. And that'll get the Marlins into the first place spot in the wild card by a game with the Phillies, a game and a half over Houston. Josh Beckett picks up the win. He's 14-8. Todd Jones saved his 37th. Paul Loduca hit a 2-run homer in the 7th inning to break a 2-2 tie. St. Louis wins in their final at-bat over the Pirates 5-4. Chris Carpenter had a 4-run lead to work with. He gets a no decision, however. John Thompson, the winner. It was White, the loser. Homers by Edmonds and Molina for the Cards. Ryan Domit hit a home run for the Buccos. In the American League, Cleveland came back from 2 runs down against the A's in the final couple of innings, 5-2. Cleveland wins over the Athletics. Ben Broussard, a couple of home runs. He has 18 on the year. Kevin Millwood, the winner. Bob Wickman saved number 40. Minnesota 9 and the Tigers 3 at Detroit. 3 homers for the Twins. LeCroy, Rivas, and Bartlett. Brad Radke won his 9th. In Toronto, it's 9-3. The Blue Jays defeat the Boston Red Sox. David Ortiz hit his 42nd home run of the season. Kelly Downs was the winner. Loser was Matt Clement. Yankees 17, Tampa Bay 3. Yankees got things started with a 3-run homer by Jason Giambi in the first inning, his 30th of the year. 20 hits for the Yankees. Jarrett Wright got the win. Walker, the losing pitcher. Baltimore 4-3 winners at Texas. With the 4th straight win, the Orioles won it with a run in the top of the 9th inning. And Ray, the winner, B.J. Ryan saved his 33rd. Those are your final scores across the major leagues. They're brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, nothing gets you there faster than Southwest Airlines. Over 2,700 daily nonstop flights. Southwest Airlines is a symbol of freedom. Come back for the BC Powder Player of the Game, Game 2 of the Texas League Championship Series. In the back pocket of the Midland RockHounds, 8-7 the final score. Midland leads the series 2-9. We'll have that BC Powder Player of the Game named after this on the Creative Sports Radio Network.
The Arkansas Razorbacks are looking to make it back to the Bowls this year. Hi, this is Ron Cagney. Join me for the 3rd year in a row right here on CSN for the Arkansas Razorback Sports Report every week during the football season. Every week we'll give the latest news on the Razorbacks from Fayetteville, a look at the big game each week and the game plan, a flashback in the past, and interviews from the great hogs from the past and predictions of the big game. The Razorback Sports Report every Thursday at 5:30, Friday mornings at 8:30, Friday afternoons at 3:30, and Saturday mornings at 6:30. During the football season right here on CSN, the Creative Sports Network.
CSN is now live on the internet at csnsports.com. Click on live broadcast in the upper left-hand corner on your homepage for live play-by-play audio, not to mention all other programs CSN produces during the year. Check out our webpage with a list of games today on CSN, the latest scoreboard, and the latest sports headlines at csnsports.com. That's csnsports.com with live coverage worldwide on the internet. csnsports.com, bringing you closer to us than ever before.
Why do people statewide across the state of Arkansas like CSN? Here's Gary Coates, General Manager and owner of affiliate KBJT in Fordyce.
Well, I like it because it's Arkansas-oriented. You know, the things that that CSN carries are always, from within the state, and for the most part, and it's a real big help to our broadcast schedule.
CSN now in her 27th year.
Today were done out by Jeremy Brown and Steve Stanley, each of whom come through with 3 base hits. Stanley's RBI triple in the 8th inning, probably the biggest hit of this game, gave Midland a 2-run lead, and with Mike Napoli's home run being a solo shot of the 9th inning, that got the Travs to within only 1 run. Meanwhile, Brown, who finished 3 for 4 today, delivered the game-winning hit, a 2-run double in an RBI single in the 5th inning. He finished with 2 singles, 1 double, 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored, and he also throws out Erick Aybar at second base in the 8th inning to end that frame. And the Travs have their own candidates for BC Powder Player of the Game. One of them would be Howie Kendrick. Reggie Willits would be the other. Willits scored 3 runs. Kendrick had 3 hits, but also Howie committed 2 errors on 1 play. But usually you go to the winning side for a Player of the Game award, and that means Midland gets the Player of the Game. That would be Jeremy Brown. Brown, the Midland catcher, batted 5th today. Finishes 3 for 4 with 2 runs scored, 1 double, 3 runs batted in over this series now. Brown is 4. He's got the 4 base hits, 4 runs batted in, and having himself an outstanding playoff. Jeremy Brown is today's BC Powder Player of the Game. BC Powder, the official pain reliever of the Travelers. BC gets into your system fast. BC goes to work fast. If it's headaches, backaches, muscle pain, nothing works faster than BC. Use as directed. Midland wins this game 8-7, and we'll wrap it up after these words on the CSN Travelers Radio Network.
Ed and I sell soft drinks at ball games, and he first told me about BC Powder. We carry big trays of drinks up and down the stadium steps.
Man, it's a killer.
And with a backache, that tray feels heavier and heavier.
And the stairs are tough on your knees.
One night I was dragging, and the game wasn't half over.
I told Brian he needs the BC to stop the pain fast, because it goes to work quick.
BC stopped the pain, got me right back to work.
BC goes down easy with a soft drink, but don't tell the boss, okay?
BC, pain relief at the speed of powder. Use as directed.
I never wanted a Coke so bad in my life, like the time I took this really hot girl to a scary movie. I just finished the entire tub of popcorn, extra salt, and my date had just finished her Coke. Which she could have offered me some of, considering if they'd pay for it, but whatever. So, I'm sitting there and my mouth is like a solid. When she gives me the look, but there's no way I could kiss her. I gotta tell you, I would have done anything to have a Coke at that moment. They say the best lessons are hardest learned. I say don't date a girl who won't share her Coke. Coca-Cola. Make it real.
Extra long Philly cheesesteak. New at Sonic. Only at Sonic will you find the great taste of a classic cheesesteak made even better. Introducing Sonic's new extra long Philly cheesesteak. Thin sliced steak, diced onions and green peppers, and shredded cheese. Piled high and served up fast on Sonic's own extra long bun. So when you've got an extra large hunger, drive in for the new extra long Philly cheesesteak. It's not just good, it's Sonic good. Sonic now accepts all major credit cards.
Once again, the final totals for this ball game, and they are official now. Arkansas Travelers, 7 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors. Traps stranded 7, and we're 2 for 10 with a man in scoring position. For the Midland RockHounds, it's 8 runs on 10 hits, 1 error. The RockHounds stranded 7 as well. They were 5 for 16 with a man in scoring position. Winning pitcher is Sean Cohn. He went 3 innings out of the bullpen. Surrendered 1 run on 4 hits, no walks, and 2 strikeouts. And Cohn with his first win of the postseason. The loss goes to Stephen Shell. Had a really rough game. 4 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned, 2 walks, and the most surprising number is 0. That's the amount of strikeouts the Travs' leading strikeout pitcher had today. Shell is now 1-1 in the postseason. Alex Santos comes on for the save. He entered the game with 2 outs, with a 2-run lead, and he allowed a home run to Mike Napoli, so he finished the game with a 1-run lead. It's Santos' 3rd save of the postseason. Time of game was 3 hours, 15 minutes. The paid attendance, 3,810. For the Midland RockHounds, who won the season series with the Arkansas Travelers 9-5, have taken a 2-0 series lead in this best-of-5 Texas League Championship Series. If the Travs are going to win this one, they're going to have to sweep the 3 games in Little Rock, which certainly has been done before. This RockHound team is riding high at the moment. Now, don't forget, back in 1989, when the Texas League Championship Series went 7 games, Travs trailed 3-0, losing 3 games in Wichita. They came home. They reeled off 4 straight wins. This can be done. What has to happen? Jared Weaver, who's going to pitch Game 3 for the Travelers on Thursday night. Weaver's got to go out and pitch his best game of the season. What else has to happen? The Travs going to self-destruct on the bases, as they did today at one point. Erick Aybar is going to have to start hitting the ball, as he is 0 for 9 in this series. And he doesn't look like he trusts himself right now. Why else would he try to bunt in the tying run with 1 out when a fly ball would tie the game? And the Travs are going to have to stop fumbling around with the ball on the infield. They've committed 4 errors in this series that have led to really more than the unearned runs that have been allowed. There's only been 2 unearned runs, but these errors have really led to a total of about 7 or 8 runs. So the Travs have not played very clean baseball, and the fact is the Midland RockHounds are a team that will take advantage of a lot of miscues and errors. It's a veteran team, and they're playing very, very good baseball. But this can be done. The Arkansas Travelers are the type of team this year that has shown the ability to come back, and not just in a ball game, but over the course of a series. Don't count them out yet, folks. Game 3 of the series will be on Thursday night from Little Rock's Ray Winder Field. The starting pitching matchup features Casey Olenberger for the Travelers. Not Olenberger, it's Jared Weaver going for the Travelers on Game 3. Olenberger is supposed to start Game 4. They got it mixed up in their stats here. Weaver 3-3 with a .398 earned run average, and Brad Ziegler takes the mound for the RockHounds, 2-1 and a .686 ERA. Game time on Thursday, 7:10. Gates open 6:10. If you can't be at the ballpark, join us. right here on the CSN Radio Network. Airtime will be 6:45 of the ITT Tech pregame show. So, thanks to the affiliates carrying the broadcast today across the state of Arkansas, KBJT Fordyce, 1570 AM, KARV Russellville, 101.3 FM and 610 AM, Total Sports 1380, KDXE North Little Rock, and KSR 92.7 FM, Conway Little Rock, our flagship station. Thanks for you to tune in for this ball game, and thanks to Chris Rhodes, who's worked at back of the studios at CSN Center Control. Midland with a win, it's 8-7. 2 games to none as a series lead for the RockHounds. They will go for the Texas League Championship on Thursday night. And we're glad to have you with us here on CSN. Phil Elson saying so long, and don't forget it's just a game. Talk baseball again on Thursday night.
The Arkansas Traveler postgame show was brought to you by Allstate Insurance. See your nearest Allstate Insurance agent anywhere in Arkansas today. And remember, you're in good hands with Allstate. Arkansas Traveler Baseball has been a presentation of CSN, the Creative Sports Radio Network.